Colby Lewis was near perfect versus the Athletics. The anchor of the Rangers rotation was on his game as he fired a shutout, and Texas took game 1 of the series. Last night, the power of the green and gold lifted off in the 5th inning as rookie Mark Hanna and Danny Valencia hit 2 long balls. After a scare in the 9th inning, Sean Nolan, who looked sharp, got his first Major League win. Today, it's the rubber game of the series. The A's will look to disrupt the postseason plans of the Rangers before they get out of town. Game 3, A's-Rangers, next. Warm day, but a nice day at Globe Life Park in Arlington, Texas. It is the rubber game of the series. And the pitching matchup has Chichi Gonzalez, the rookie right-hander for the Rangers, and he will be opposed by the left-hander Felix Dubron for the Athletics. So series finale, it's the Oakland A's and the Texas Rangers coming up on CSN California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Felix Dubron will be making his 5th start for the A's. Ray, his last start, he got a win, and just another guy auditioning for what could be a chance to be in the rotation next year.
A good point. We saw Sean Nolan last night, one of the left-handers. Dubron again this afternoon. He's pitched well since being acquired from the Toronto Blue Jays. The A's picked him up at the trading deadline. He's 2-0 since he joined the Athletics. I think the one thing about him, you see the fastballs inside. We see it also from Drew Pomeranz. He's throwing a lot of fastballs in, getting strikes. He's also throwing some off-speed pitches, doing a very good job, and also he's quick in his delivery to the plate.
Mitch Moreland was not in the lineup last night. He plays against some lefties, not all lefties, but he's back in there today, and he's just a terrific hitter, especially against the Athletics.
Well, that's the key against the Athletics. You're going to see some shots, home runs. Doesn't matter where he hits them, either at Oakland or here in Texas. He has tremendous power, opposite field. He goes straight away. He can pull the ball. He can come up with some big hits, and I think just like Colby Lewis, a lot of confidence when he faces the Athletics. On Friday night, came up with a big 2-run double in the first inning. That ended 18 scoreless innings by the Texas Rangers in that first inning, but it just happened to be Mitch Moreland, who continues to swing well against the Athletics.
All right, the A's have had a lot of success in this ballpark. They're 6-2 here at Globe Life Park this year, and they will try to win the series this afternoon. So it is a very nice day for a ball game here in Arlington. We'll have lineups and we'll have first pitch when we come back. It's the A's and the Rangers coming up.
KCSN California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
It's a warm and breezy day at Globe Life Park as we get set for the A's and the Rangers. It is the rubber game of this 3-game series. So you see the nice breeze and nice warm temperatures, but not uncomfortable. And it's been a good weekend of weather here in Arlington. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 87 degrees and breezy. Flags are whipping pretty good up on top of the stadium. These will head out after the game and go to Chicago, where it's supposed to be nice fall weather.
Well, the breezy is the part here.
Yeah.
Wind blowing in, and you can understand why the great late Bill King never wanted to come here, because when the wind blows in, everything just blows all over the place. But it is warm, but not too warm, and I think that's the plus on this weekend with the good weather. But it is sunny, and all the time that you come in and play day games here, it's kind of a glary effect for hitters and for the fielders, and of course the wind. See the flags blowing a little different direction than normal.
Glary for announcers as well.
Oh, it is. Except for the Rangers, they have their own curtains. I think they purchased them.
So the youngsters, and I mean youngsters, getting ready to throw out the ceremonial first pitch, as the rest of the Rangers take the field dressed in the all-white uniforms this afternoon. So all the Rangers big leaguers signing the baseballs for the youngsters. Nice gesture on a Sunday afternoon. So let's look at the lineup for the Athletics this afternoon. It starts with Simeon, then Canna, Reddick, Valencia, Laurie, Butler, Smolinski, Fold, and Carson Blair will catch.
And it's right-hander Chichi Gonzalez on the mound for the Rangers, and he has made a couple of starts this season against the Athletics, but he has struggled lately. And you see the ERA over 4, 2-5 record, a couple of losses against the Athletics. Matter of fact, he has making his third start and gave up a run in the first inning to the A's back on June the 11th. Ended up losing that game, but it was a Billy Burns walk, a Ben Zobrist base hit that scored him, and that was it. But enough for the A's to come back after he left to score more runs and win that game as well as the next one. So the right-hander, who is not Cole Hamels. Cole Hamels will pitch tomorrow night, but this youngster throws all 4 pitches, including a 2-4 seam fastball.
Defensively for the Rangers, look who's playing left field today.
That's right.
It's Mike Napoli. He has not played out there this year, but he's going to give it a shot. DeShields in center, Chewin right, and then Beltre, Andrus, Odor, and Moreland on the infield. Chris Jimenez makes his second start this series.
And someone said it got here earlier today, and they said, hey, I heard the crack of the bat, and it was Mike Napoli taking fly balls in left field. Yep, first in the outfield, and this, as you mentioned last night, with the ball he hit the left field that could have gone off to Brent Monster. This is not Boston Fenway. I mean, you could play shallow shortstop at Fenway because the wall is so close. Here, the wind can be really, really tough, and the way it's blowing right now, we'll see how Mike Napoli plays it. But it's called putting a bat in lineup. They wanted Moreland in there because he hits well against the Athletics. And, of course, Prince Fielder is their DH, so Mike Napoli gets the start in left field.
So Chichi Gonzalez, the 23-year-old right-hander, is ready. And the first pitch of the ball game to Simeon is swung on and missed. These were shut out on Friday, came back with a good win last night. Simeon, 257 with 11 home runs and 37 RBIs. David Rackley will call balls and strikes. Bob Davison at first. Hunter Wendelstedt, the crew chief, at second. And Marvin Hudson is down at third.
One thing we noticed about Gonzalez, the 2 starts he made against the A's, he was pretty good control around the plate pretty well, but lately he has not pitched as well. As a matter of fact, brought back up to start today against the Athletics.
Swing and miss. A little slider or cut fastball there. A's have played the Rangers tough this year. A's lead the series 10-5, and they're 6-2 here in Arlington. Beltre backhands, drops it, throws, not in time, and the A's have a leadoff base runner.
Okay, last night the play, and we'll talk about that in a moment after look at this play by the normally sure-handed Gold Glove third baseman Adrian Beltre, and kind of backed up, got caught in between trying to hurry his throw, and we'll see what is given on this play. If he comes up with it, he throws him out, and it hits the heel of the glove, and it is an error 5. But Bob Melvin was ecstatic about in the 5th inning last night Marcus Semien hitting, and on the hit run. And what he was basically saying was the approach that you had on the hit and run is the same approach you have runners in scoring position, runner at second base and nobody out. In other words, stay back, wait for the ball, and try to go the opposite field. And he did it perfectly last night on the hit and run.
So 3rd error in the series for the Rangers, and error number 101 on the year. Only the A's have more. Surprising number, huh?
It is very surprising for especially. They've got a pretty good infield. Left side has been around a long time. Andrus is short and Beltre at 3rd. But when the A's have made an error, it seems like it's cost them. And you see the unearned runs, and that's why the A's need to take advantage of that similar situation with the Rangers.
Well, just looking at the error totals, Elvis Andrus has 19, Beltre now has 14, and Odor has 15. So that's a lot for your 3 infielders, not your first baseman. 1-1 to Mark Canha. Canha 1 for 9 in the series, but that one hit a 3-run homer. That was last night. Valencia with a 2-run homer, and that was all the runs the A's needed in a 5-3 win. Semien slipped a little bit going back to first base, and I think that may have made it an even closer play.
And usually the field is watered down, especially here where it is very hot. You're right, he slipped there. Did get the hand back in quickly enough before the tag by the left-handed fielding first baseman Orland. But this will dry out in a couple innings. It'll be completely dry on the infield. So the water is placed, a lot of water here, and that's why it is slippery. And especially sliding into second base, you see a lot of times guys will just stick in the mud.
Inside strike call to Canha as he disagrees with David Rackley.
2-strike curveball from Gallardo last night, and Mark Canha with a 3-run home run just over the fence. It's 15th of the season for Canha, and as we mentioned, 13 against right-handers. I think that was Dominic yelling so loud in the crowd at Mike there. He and his group down on the third base.
I think you're right. The big man, Dom. Reddick to follow here in the first inning. These are 61 and 81 on the year, so this is game number 143. They're 28 and 39 on the road. Canha, good rip, fouls it straight back to the screen. Mentioned the A's record against the Rangers at 10 and 5. They're 29 and 34 against the West. So 19 games left after today for the A's. Outfield defense straight away for Canha. No shift anywhere. And now the count 2-2.
Well, just kept running inside. We saw last night Odor get hit on his uniform as it bloused out for a hit batter. This time came close as Canha did pull back. You see the uniform blouse. He needs to blouse it some more instead of having so tailor-made. Try to get those.
Tighten them up a little bit. To Odor out at second. The throw back to first. Double play. So Canha hit it hard, but the Odor-Andrus double play combination pretty good in the middle. And they turn the 4-6-3 double play, 2 outs.
Well, a couple of feet to the right, it's a first and third, but this is the old Adam ball, and good range by Odor, and a flip to second base, and coming across quickly was Andrus, and a very nicely turned 4-6-3 double play. And actually Marcus Semien probably should have been doubled up anyway, automatically going out of the baseline, going after the shortstop, but they got the double play anyway. You have to be able to slide and reach back and touch second with a hand.
Seems to be a rule that, well, I'm not saying it's not enforced, but how about loosely enforced?
Right.
Would that be probably fair?
Right. And actually, if they had been paying close enough attention, the hand would have gone up even before the throw to first base, because that's how far he was out of the baseline.
Because, yeah, what happens on the back end of the throw doesn't matter.
Exactly. Should have been an automatic.
1-1 to Reddick, 277 with 16 home runs, 68 RBI. Reddick is 3 for 7 in the series. Shift is on as Odor is about 20 feet out in the right field. I think he plays
That's right.
the deepest second base. And when I say deep, I mean how far is he out in right field of any second baseman that we've seen. Would you agree with me, Ray?
I agree 100%. When he caught Muncie's ball Friday night, you knew he was playing deep.
Yeah. So Reddick gets the walk, and he's had a 2-out base runner. And this was before the game. Ray mentioned it earlier.
Before the gates were open, so he's able to go out and the cutoff and the shorts, and that doesn't look good. Those couple anyway, where he's kind of in between whether to go after the ball or not. I tell you, left field's not an easy place to play, especially if you're making your first one.
You think about it from a Napoli standpoint, and he's still a pretty good hitter, a pretty dangerous hitter, but he's going to be a free agent. Him showing that he can play a little left field would help him.
That's right.
It may open up your market to a National League team.
And be willing to play. You're exactly right.
Valencia way outside, 2-0.
But one thing I found, and I played outfield very infrequently, and Jim is going to pay a visit with his young pitcher. But when you're a catcher and even at first base, when the fly ball goes up, it's different than the outfield, because the outfield's coming at you.
Sure.
And then you're catching, it's either straight up or behind you. At first base, it's straight up or to your left. But you're in outfield, and that's why that depth perception, being able to judge fly ball, and you saw a couple of those where he was taking fly balls, started to go in and went back and trying to judge exactly how hard the ball's hit.
So 2-0 the count to Valencia. Swing and a miss. Yeah, that's a good point. You probably don't need depth perception on pop-ups as an infielder.
No. Slider outside, out of the strike zone, and Valencia looking fastball, and we have seen him swing at pitches off the plate when he's looked fastball more to the middle plate end.
Taps that one foul. 2-2 the count.
Let's checking the baseball, seeing if he wants to send that one to AAA.
He checked the seams. He would know.
This is figuring out how to get all the equipment out of here and before the Cowboys take up the entire part of the night.
Not easy.
Yeah. He's got to figure it out. He and Mickey Moore beat over also.
Valencia pops a foul, stays alive. It's that Cowboys football game. 7 o'clock, 7:30 local time. So they're getting their things ready over there. So, I mean, we'll obviously be out of here by the time that game starts, but also be right in the middle of the crowd coming in. Valencia drives one to right field. Chu is there, though, now in, and he makes the catch. Side retired. So the A's get a couple of base runners, but the double play hurts. So the A's do not score in the top of the first. Starting lineup. Delino DeShields is in center. Shin-Soo Choo at right. Adrian Beltre at third. Prince Fielder will DH. Mike Napoli in left. Mitch Moreland at first. Elvis Andrus is your shortstop. Rognet Odor, your second baseman. And Chris Jimenez is the catcher.
Felix Lamont makes the start for the Athletics this afternoon. While he's pitched well for the Athletics since joining the club from Toronto, he's still looking for his first win against these Texas Rangers. And what a great day it would be for him to get the win. Pitch deep in the ball game, as Sean Doolittle did pitch the ninth inning non-save situation last night. Sean Nolan pitching just the sixth inning. So DeBron pitching well, as we showed in our open, to get fastball inside part of the plate to the right-handers, and a breaking ball at times in the dirt, which turns out to be beneficial to him to get the swing and misses.
Defensively for the A's, they have Smolinski in left, Fold in center, Reddick in right, and then it's Valencia Simeon on the left side of the diamond, Laurie and Canna on the right side, and Carson Blair gets his second start with the Athletics. So Fegley started the first two games, so he's going to get the afternoon off, at least the beginning of the afternoon. So DeShields steps in, hitting .254 with a couple of home runs and 28 RBIs. He's 1 for 7 in the series. Missed 3 games with a bit of a banged up knee that happened earlier this week, but he's been in the lineup all 3 games this weekend. Taking all the way, and it's in for a strike.
We talked on Friday night, Colby Lewis, he had struggled. He's 0-3. Played an ERA in his last 3 starts, and a lot of confidence against the Athletics. Pitched a 2-hit shutout. Just hope DeBron is just not the opposite, 0-4, and maybe trying a little bit too hard today.
Yeah, he has ugly numbers against the Rangers. It's been 4 starts and not much success.
So maybe he's due. Maybe
that's what we're thinking.
That's right. It's a good breaking ball there.
Simeon has it quickly to first, and the leadoff man DeShields is retired. So DeBron has 4 starts against the Rangers, 1 in 2010, 1 in 12, 1 in 13, and 1 in 14, and it has not been pretty. The one last year was way back in April, so it's been a while. First pitch to Choo is hit in the air and hit well to center. Fold is back, and that one is gone. Well up on the berm in straightaway center field. And Choo has his 18th home run of the year. Remember, the rap on Choo used to be struggled against left-handers some, but he's looked good against lefties in this series.
And I think that's why he jumps on the first pitch fastballs. We have seen him this series, and this is a first start for Carson Blair, but catchers usually pay attention. And the one thing we've noticed about Choo in this series, he is swinging early in the count, and especially against lefties. And he probably does not want to get to the breaking ball, so if he gets a fastball first pitch, he's not going to wait. And that was a no-doubter, halfway up the berm to center field on a high fastball first pitch, kind of a get-me-over fastball.
And here's Beltre. Second home run in this series for the Rangers. So there's the breakdown. Just 202 against lefties, 285 against righties. That one measured at 423 feet to that grassy berm out there in straightaway center.
You can look at those numbers a couple of ways that you can get him out as a left-handed pitcher, but from his standpoint, he does not want to get to the point where you're going to get him out, especially if you can get a fastball early.
Well, you know, I mean, not a bad way to go about it,
no,
if you think about it. Beltre, 263 with 13 homers, 50 RBIs. He is 3 for 8 in the series. And he drives one toward Reddick. Reddick to his left. He'll get there and make the catch. 2 outs for Prince Fielder.
So after Choo hit a first pitch fastball, Prince Fielder lefty comes up. What do you think he should get first pitch? Maybe something besides a fastball. And if you throw a fastball, maybe throw a BP fastball. Prince Field is going to be just like Chu. He's going to be looking early, swing early, and if he gets a fastball, he'll unload.
And it was a fastball, but a little bit inside. I think Prince Fielder, what we've seen from him this year, Ray, is he's hit the ball to left field more this year.
Oh boy, he smoked to the 9th inning last night. You're right. That was against the lefty Doolittle.
And I don't want to say he's cut down on his swing, but it just looks like he's maybe just giving in a little bit and not afraid to flip the ball to left field.
I know when he won the home run derby in Milwaukee, he used the whole field. Happened to be at Miller Park where he won the derby, and just some monster home runs and a huge swing pretty much all the time. Curious that both pitches to him in this at bat, both times he looked back to David Rackley and asked him about it. First was called a ball, second was strike.
So that's an interesting look right there. I mean, 73 hits to the middle of the diamond is very impressive, but remember the 44 hits to left field. I think that's kind of the point we're trying to make, is he was not always like that. I mean, he always had power to all fields, but I think now he's taking a base hit to left field.
And you know, when the Rangers took on a huge contract from the Tigers, you saw those numbers. You want to see the 2 and the 7 to center and left. You want to see those two added. Those numbers added to the ones in right field. They expected him to take advantage of the short porch, the very inviting right field here at now called Globe Life Park.
Breaking ball, strike 3 call. So Dubron strikes out Prince Fielder, but Shin-Soo Choo with a home run. So we played one in Arlington, and it's 1-0 Texas. As Aries insider Joe Stiglitz provides wire-to-wire reporting of this 2015 season. He's got breaking news, video, special features, and more. It's only on CSNCalifornia.com. Chichi Gonzalez back to work. He'll face Laurie, Butler, and Smolinski. Laurie 270 with 15 homers, 56 RBI, and there's the shutdown inning situation for Gonzalez, 10 for 13 this year.
And it looks like if the ace hitters, the right-handers especially, can lay off the sliders away, most of them seem to be out of the strike zone.
Odor has it. Odor was playing near second base. He throws out Laurie. Well, with Chichi Gonzalez, remember, Ray, he sort of burst onto the scene. He won his first 2 starts, and the second of those 2 was a shutout.
That's right.
But then after that, he faced the A's in Oakland, and that's the game you talked about, where he pitched really well but took the loss.
Gave up a run in the first. That was the first run he gave up as a major leaguer.
They have high hopes for him. I mean, he's not a real hard thrower. I don't think he's going to dazzle you with his stuff, but it was a great start for him. He has struggled since then. But just 23 years old and a former first-round draft pick. He was the 23rd pick overall in the 2013 draft. So he's close.
And as you mentioned last night, a lot of changes in the rotation, especially for Cole Hamels being added.
Driven toward right, but Chu gets back and over, and he's gone. Gonzalez, 6'3", 210 pounds. He went to Oral Roberts. Had a terrific college career. So with 2 away, here's Smolinski. Fastball on the inside corner. Smolinski was on the Rangers opening day roster. He was up and down the early part of the season with Texas. And then the Rangers designated him for assignment in June. A couple days later, he was claimed off waivers by the A's.
Hit his first home run last year against the Athletics, the Coliseum.
Beltre, a couple steps to his left, and the side is retired. That's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Chichi Gonzalez. Bottom of the second coming up. Napoli to lead it off. 1-0 Texas.
These Texas Rangers, September the 22nd, 23rd, or the 24th, and everyone in your suite will receive an A's replica pullover. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/pullover. A great, sweet, sweet deal.
That is a sweet deal. It's always great to see A's fans on the road. They could be from the Bay Area or from Northern California, or they could just be living here in Texas, but they like the Athletics. Maybe they followed them as a kid. Maybe Ray Fosse was their favorite player. Who knows? It's not out of the question.
Rally Possum.
Rally Possum's in the house.
You go to the family section. The A's family section might find Max Muncy's family.
Yeah.
He's wearing his son's number 50 last night. Max made that great play at first base, the foul ball, the sliding catch near the dugout. 1-1
to Mike Napoli. 1-2 to Mike Napoli. Napoli 215 with 16 homers, 44 RBIs. That's the combined numbers coming over from the Red Sox.
He made the game very scary last night in the 9th inning when he came up against Sean Doolittle with a runner at second. He was the tying run. And strike out by Doolittle on the high fastball.
This is what he did earlier in the game yesterday, and he's scary.
That was a low curveball from Sean Nolan and just over the left field wall.
Moreland to follow, and then Andrus. Straight back. I would say there's an old phrase about a hitter, right? It's called drop and drive, and I would say Mike Nappi's a drop and drive guy. He drops on that back leg and just drives.
Well, this past spring training, he broke his bat literally in half and hit a home run. So you know he's strong.
Strike 3 called, and Napoli still standing at home plate. But that's the second strikeout for Felix Dubon.
Well, he struck out on a high fastball swinging last night out of the strike zone. This one he didn't like the height, but called by David Rackley, the home plate umpire. And I think you look at this, you're going to see that it was at the knees.
That's a strike.
Yeah, that is a strike. And Carson Blair caught it a little bit lower. And I think what happens, hitters look back and they see where the catcher's catching the ball, and they don't think that it's crossing the plate here. The catcher's about 3 feet back.
No question.
And plus, I don't think guys like to be called out on strikes either.
Moreland steps in with 1 out. Moreland hitting .289 with 19 home runs, 71 RBIs. But talking about that strike zone, when we show that side replay, you always look, where does the ball cross the front knee of the hitter? Because generally the front knee is pretty close to being even with the front of home plate. I mean, just watch where home plate and the front knee, and now watch where the ball goes.
Watch there, and then where Carson Blair catches it.
That's strike.
See how he goes down. You're seeing catchers catch the ball with the palm down, and that's why it also, when you catch the ball, it's automatically going to take the ball down a little bit in the glove. Whereas he turn the glove, palm up, automatically brings it in. And that's not the style of catching anymore. It's more of palm down and bring the ball up.
But we've also seen, Ray, and your point about where the catcher is, from where that ball crosses the front of home plate to where the catcher catches it, that ball may go down 4 to 6 inches.
Right. Exactly.
Especially on a breaking ball.
And you have to be careful as a catcher, because we've had a couple of catchers with, I think, Reddick hitting, catcher's interference has been called. So you want to try to figure out exactly how the hitter swings. Does he kind of drop back and then swing with a looping swing?
Good fastball by Dubront. 93 miles an hour, a little up, and Moreland strikes out.
And a curveball to Prince Fielder for a strikeout, and then a fastball to this power hitter, and target outside. The pitch ran a little bit inside. Carson Blair coming back to get the ball, but a good strike nonetheless.
So 3 consecutive strikeouts for Dubront, and here's Elvis Andrus. The first pitch of all to Andrus. 258 with 6 home runs and 51 runs batted in for Rangers shortstop. And he blasts one to center. But in the ballpark as Fold is back. He's got it, and that's a good inning for Felix Dubron. 2 innings in the books from Arlington. Rangers 1, A's nothing. 2. It's in theaters starting September 25th. Third inning, and the Rangers have a 1-0 lead. It was a Shin Soo-Choo home run in the first inning. These will have Fold, Blair, and Simeon against Chichi Gonzalez here in the third.
Sometimes they say the guy who hits the ball determines how far is the ball going to go. You can't tell me that the ball hit by Andrus sounded the same as Chu, but it didn't nearly go the distance. And that's the different type of hitter, is that sometimes the guy swings and sounds great. You think, uh-oh, and then the guy swings and doesn't go anywhere.
It did have a good sound to it.
Yeah. Good enough to be a lot better than just a routine fly ball to center.
2-1 to Fold. And now 2-2.
Well, there's your difference. 2-2 versus 3-1. That's a low strike. And as you mentioned, Gonzalez is around the plate, so the A's hitters can look at that. 2 starts. He's walked 4 batters against the A's.
And a good pitch there. And Fold strikes out, and that's the first strikeout for Chichi Gonzalez. He's not a big strikeout guy.
The breaking ball down and in. Sam Fold with a low strike outside corner, and then the slider coming into him, and no contact there. He's fooled by the off-speed pitch.
Looks like just a real tight little slider that he likes to throw.
Inside the lefties, outside the righties, that same zone. And a lot of times not a strike to the righties.
Well, coming into the game, Gonzalez at the big league level just 26 strikeouts in 55 innings. (2-0) to Carson Blair.
First AB with the Athletics, a walk on a 3-2 slider at the Coliseum a week ago today.
In first strike, 2-0. Argyle, Texas, just north of here. So he probably attended a few games here as a kid.
I'll have to give Steve Vucinich to get him some batting gloves.
Who needs him? He just walked.
Again, see, and that's what you're supposed to do with that slider, that chase slider, though. 3-1, not necessarily a good pitch to throw. Try to get a hitter to chase a pitch, and Blair, very patient, and drew another walk.
So 2 walks and a strikeout so far for Chichi Gonzalez, and here's Marcus Simeon. Simeon reached on an error by Beltre in the first. Inside corner strike.
In this series, Marcus Simeon has been pitched inside a lot by the pitchers, including today's starter. So it's something that maybe he can be aware of. He went very well at the opposite field last night with a hit and run in the 5th inning.
Maybe try it again.
Just a question of the breaking ball. Is Odor going to be one covering? I'm sure that's Andrus is the one making the calls up the middle as to who is going to be covering.
Almost looked like, even though the pitch was in a little bit, it looked like he was trying to go that way.
Exactly. Inside out. Giving that setup inside, and you're right, inside, and that's a good swing. Move the top hand, but still try to stay inside the ball.
In the air to center, hit pretty well, but DeShields gets back. He's there, and he makes the catch.
Well, that's being made about the Astros coming in to play the Rangers starting tomorrow night, and taking a look at the probables. Former Athletic Casmer starting tomorrow night against Cole Hamels, and thinking that the game on this 11th of June, the game that Chichi Gonzalez lost to the A's, that was a game that Scott Casmer pitched against. The Rangers gave up just the 1 hit to Elvis Andrus. A base hit to center field midway through the game, pitched a 1-hit shutout for 8 innings.
Right.
And the A's added on late, and he went just the 8 innings, but great job, and could be that the battle of lefties tomorrow night.
First of 4.
Players acquired by the respective teams, trading deadlines.
Astros and the Angels just underway out in Anaheim. Final game of that series. Angels going for the sweep. Angels won both games so far by a final score of 3-2. Today it's Fiers and Heaney, the pitching matchup. Astros with a 1.5 lead over the Rangers in the West.
That was a big win last night for the A's over the Rangers because that prevented the Rangers from picking up a game.
They're 0-2 to Canna. Pitch is high.
I think that's why we've talked. You see the standings in the wild card in the West, and from the A's standpoint, the players, young as many of them are, to say, man, we could have a say in this whole series, and a win today would, depending on what the Astros do, it could be a 1.5 or 2.5. The series starts tomorrow, so A's have a chance. They're playing the Angels again. We got the Rangers here and at Oakland.
Strike 3 called, so Rackley likes that inside corner today as he calls out Mark Canna. Bottom of the third coming up. Odor to lead it off. 1-0 Texas. Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Bottom of the third from Globe Life Park, 1-0 Rangers. Felix Doubront and Chichi Gonzalez squaring off. Doubront, for whatever reason, just now finishing up his warm-up tosses. Maybe taking a little extra time to stay cool in the dugout. Odor, Jimenez, and DeShields here in the third inning.
Sure, David Rackley and the other three umpires don't like for the pitcher to take extra time, which he can rest and get cooler in between innings while they stand out in the heat. Especially Bob Davidson. He's got to make sure you keep it pace going.
Inside to Odor. Odor 268 with 12 home runs. He's 1 for 6 in this series. Fastball high, 2-0. Don't forget about the Minnesota Twins. We showed you where they are in those wild card standings. They're winning today in Chicago 6-0. So they're just kind of hanging around. Doubront reaches out and grabs it. Underhands to first, 1 out.
While the Twins keep hanging around, Doubront makes this play, robbing Odor of a possible hit, although it looks like Simeon's going to be there. But for a team that has struggled, as the Twins have recently in the past years, you get close. You want to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to just say, oh, we had a great year, we almost got there, and then you have to try to start doing it again next year. Right. You have a tough division anyway.
Jimenez takes a strike. Well, the Twins, after today, they'll go home and start a 10-game homestand. So they could get a win today and then head home. They'll play Detroit, they'll play the Angels, and they'll play the Indians. So that's a big homestand for the Twins, maybe the biggest they've had in a while.
Hard to believe that you put the Angels in the mix there in late September. You go to the Central Division.
The Angels-Twins showdown, is that what you're saying?
I think it was last year the A's saw the Twins first time in September, home and away. That's the way the scheduling is.
And a good breaking ball by Felix Doubront. He's got 4 strikeouts.
A couple with curveballs and the other 2 with fastballs. And big sweeping breaking ball, especially against the righty. He's done it well against the lefty Prince Fielder, but against Jimenez, the righty. You have to see those swings where the hitter's way out in front, the ball comes floating past them.
Here's DeShields. Swing and a miss. That fastball had some movement away from DeShields. A ground ball to short, leading off the bottom of the first inning. Drives this to center, full back, now in a couple steps. And he's got it. So that's 8 in a row retired by Felix Doubront, and we're on to the 4th. 1-0 Texas.
Quality on MLB.com Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Visit MLB.tv today. That's after you watch this game and
eat a little bit.
Yeah. Watch a little football. Join it up. There's a lot of exciting baseball remaining. Remainder of the regular season, of course, postseason in October. There it is, yeah. See how many. I guess it's a thrill to walk through those big letters.
Right. You become the I. Big. The I in big. 1-2 to Reddick. Valencia, and Laurie here in the 4th inning. Reddick walked in the first. A's do not have a hit yet against Chichi Gonzalez. They've drawn a couple walks. They may have a hit here, and they will. So Reddick hustling as he always does, and he's got an infield hit.
Glad you said that. Reddick heard you, said, "Okay, I'll take care of it, Kate."
That's right.
And you're right. He busted down the line, and whether it's to try to get a hit as he just did, or just in general, he's going to run hard and just out of the reach of Gonzalez to the right of a door. Jump throw could not get him, and well, you just have to go back to Josh Reddick in Seattle when he busted down the line and kept a big inning going when the A's scored 5 against Iwakuma, hustling then like he's doing it today, and gets an infield hit. So a walk and a base hit, that is the first, and something the A's can get going in this 4th inning.
Valencia pulling off there, and he missed that slider.
Would you say he's a guess hitter?
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah.
I mean, when you see a hitter swing at a slider as he just did, I mean, he's thinking fastball. He sees the pitch leave the pitcher's hand, and he starts to swing, and which means that you're looking for a pitch in a certain zone. Good news is he missed it instead of just weakly grounding or popping it up.
1-1 the count. Valencia hit a fly ball to right field to end the first inning.
Believe me, I'm not saying that only he is guessing. Most hitters will
Most of them
guess.
are, yeah.
Will guess fastball and be ready for it and try to make an adjustment on off-speed pitch.
To right field. Chu trots in, and he's got it. So Valencia retired for the second time. 1 away here in the top of the 4th.
See, by pulling off the pitch, that being outside, if he had driven that ball, he might have hit it in the seats. But when you pull off, you open up, and you get the similar pitch this time making contact, results in a weak fly ball.
So you just lose a little of that power. Huh?
Well, yeah, you're flat open with the hips, and all you're doing is reaching out with the bat. And it didn't make it to the shallow outfield. He didn't make it 10 feet out of the batter's box.
So that'll bring up Laurie. Laurie hits one to right field. A little bit better. Chu backs up. But he's got room. And he makes the catch. And Reddick back to first. 2 outs.
That was an aggressive swing. He just got under it and just maybe thinking about trying to pull the ball, but a little bit added velocity on the fastball from Gonzalez.
So here's Butler. Butler hit this in this series. He came in as a hot hitter, but he's 0 for 8 so far. And there's that inside corner. So Rackley's been consistent, whether we think it's a strike or not. He has been calling it to both sides. Both sides meaning both dugouts. Right back to Gonzalez, who grabs it on the first side, retired. So a leadoff single, but that's it for the A's. They strand Reddick. Bottom of the 4th coming up. It'll be Chu, Beltre, and Fielder. And Beltre hits for the cycle for the 3rd time in his career. Came against the Astros. He becomes only the 4th player to do this and the 1st since the 1930s. All of Beltre's cycles occurred here in Arlington. In 2008, he did it with Seattle, and then 2012, and this year, he did it as a Texas Ranger. And the other 3 to do it: Babe Herman, Bob Musil, and Long John Riley. Not to be confused with Long John Silver's. Long John Riley. So that's pretty good feat. 3 times a cycle in his career.
Was the last one within the first 5 innings? I mean, something
that was a little extra special.
Yeah,
I can't think exactly what it was.
But 3 here at Globe Life, and this is a good cycle type park, especially the right center. You get a ball right center where you can get your triple, regardless of your speed. And he has the power for home runs. It's another little feather in his cap for his Hall of Fame credentials.
Broken bat, and it's a little flare, and it drops into right field. A hit for Chu. Everybody, shouldn't say everybody, but actually Mark Hanna, he had to avoid the bat, and the ball just dropped into right field.
The dangerous part of the bat that ended up, of course, in the field with kind of a dagger. And you can understand why they're getting out of the way of it. Mark Hanna with a bat just to his right.
So 2nd hit for the Rangers, both by Chu. And here is Beltre, taken all the way, and it's inside. Beltre fly ball to right field in the 1st.
Well, this is what Mark Hanna has to worry about. The ball's over his head with the bat swirling towards him.
Good lead for Chu at 1st. He's on a 1-run lead. That one's hit to left, and that's hit well. And that is gone. Deep into the A's bullpen. Beltre has homered. 3-0 Rangers. So to the back wall of the bullpen.
What do we say about certain hitters when they make contact and it sounds like it's going to do something? Well, when Adrian Beltre extends his arm, fastball is supposed to be inside, didn't make it, and a souvenir in the bullpen of the Athletics. So he knew it was gone. I think everybody did, especially when a hitter can extend the arms like that, get the sweet part of the bat on a fastball at missed the location.
So that is career home run number 409 for Beltre. And 30 of those 409 have been hit against the A's. So 436 feet into the A's bullpen. And there's a line drive to center, and that's a hit by Prince Fielder. And Beltre with his 409 career home runs. Moving up that list. 3 away from tying Alfonso Soriano.
Soriano, a former Ranger.
Yeah.
Moved on to New York, Chicago. Sweet swinging Billy Williams, Whistler. Earl Evans, he hit him whenever he was over 40.
That's right. He used that right field porch at Tiger Stadium.
That's right.
So here's Napoli, 3 straight hits for the Rangers. And Napoli, big swing on this. Napoli struck out looking in the 2nd inning. Moreland to follow. Single, homer, single. And there's a strike. And Beltre, his hit total now in his career, 2,732. So he certainly has a decent chance to get to 3,000 hits. That one pops up out of the glove of Blair, and then he catches it. Carson Blair, watching him back there, he's a very tall catcher. Yeah. Reminds you of Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer is 6'4", 6'5". Doesn't catch anymore, of course. Way outside with a fastball, so the count even at 2-2. Outfield, Napoli playing him pretty much straight away. Deep in center is full. Very late timeout called by Merackley, the home plate umpire. A good take by Napoli.
Uh-oh, he just did he just use his mask? That's what Jeff Bannister just quickly came out. That's a catcher's balk if he did, and that's the dangerous. He took his mask off. See if he grabs the ball with his mask. Ball pops out of his glove. Take off his mask.
Well, yep. I don't know if that was his intention.
No, but did it.
It hit the ball hit the mask. Yeah,
that's it, and that's why Jeff Bannister came quickly out, because his right hand with the mask touched the ball. Can't challenge it. It has to be discussed by the umpires and see if the boys in blue 90 feet away were watching. Just check the right hand. Takes his mask off. That's why you get rid of it, because this is the dangerous part. See, he went down. He actually, I think that was more intent, Kite, that he brought the ball back with his mask. Then he dropped it once he probably realized what was happening. I bet they don't call it, because I bet they weren't watching. We shall see. That should mean that the runner goes to second. And
well, Jeff Bannister clearly saw it.
Yeah, he saw it, and he's correct. But how many times do we see plays at the plate that the other umpires don't see it, and they discuss it, and they say, no, but you watch this. Take the mask off, get rid of it. Don't keep it in your right hand, because this is a ball. This is a catcher's ball.
So once ball makes contact with mask, there's the penalty.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to argue, but if the other umpires didn't see it, which they should be paying attention, but we've seen plays at the plate against the A's where foul balls have been in the dirt, called out. Seen others called where swings and thought it was foul ball and miss it by a foot. That's why I think that eventually, if you're going to challenge all the other ones, you're going to challenge those too.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to, because if guys can't see something that noticeable, you know, that means the other three guys
they didn't see it.
They didn't see it. They're not paying attention to what happens at the plate, and they should. And they have the responsibilities, but well, that was clear. And that's why Jeff Bannister immediately came out from the dugout.
So Napoli strikes out, and that is strikeout number 5 for Dubron. That's Napoli for the second time.
And over the high fastball. Remember last night, Sean Doolittle got him with a similar pitch, and he has that type description perfectly. Drop and drive, back leg drop, drive, and uppercut swing. And
that is a drop and drive.
You hit that zone where he's swinging. That's why the ball travels so hard off his back.
So one away for Moreland, who struck out swinging in the second. Slider down and away. And I guess on a play like that, Ray, I mean, manager has a reason to be a little bit hot.
Sure.
But you hope that the umpires aren't saying, no, it didn't happen. You'd rather have them say, you know what? We didn't see it. We missed it. And that may not be what he wants to hear, but at least
they're honest.
Don't make up any excuses. Right. You just didn't see it. Because clearly Bannister saw it. Yeah. And you saw it from up here right away.
And I'm sure Bob Mellon is a former catcher, saw it and will say something to him when he gets back to the dugout, because that's unfortunately the danger of you keep your mask in your hand. That can happen. Just instinctively, you see the ball rolling, you have the mask, and you just reach down, and that's why he dropped it after the fact when he knew it. But it worked, got the strikeout, and the runner's still at first. They get a double play now. You can really hear Jeff Anderson scream.
Pop up high into the air. Simeon out. And now coming in is Smolinski in left, and Smolinski makes the catch. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. And now Elvis Andrus steps up. That Twins score is now 7-0 in the bottom of the 6th inning in Chicago, and that's Chris Sale for the White Sox, who the A's will not face.
They didn't face him in Oakland either, but were swept by the White Sox in Oakland.
Andrus hit a fly ball to fairly deep center field in the 2nd inning. Valencia on the edge of the grass cutout at 3rd. Andrus likes to bunt. DeShields will bunt. Odor will bunt. Prince Fielder has not a little league lead where you have to keep your foot on the bag, but pretty close. So I don't think he's going anywhere. 2-0 now to Elvis Andrus. Pitch breakdown 53 for Dubron. Shot foul, heads up down there. Up 2-1 to Andrus. Andrus chokes up on that bat a little bit. Over the years, we got used to seeing Elvis Andrus at the top of the Rangers order, whether it be first or second. Now down in the order a little bit.
That's a good job, and throughout his career hitting behind the runners to right field. That's why hitting second. But right now Chu is hitting second. DeShields leading off. Speed at the top of the batting order, trying to set the table for Beltre, Fielder, Knapp.
And there's the walk. 2 on, 2 out for Odor. A long inning for Felix Dubron.
Well, Miller trying to get the attention of Carson Blair.
He's still trying.
Yeah. And this is important because it's a double steal possibility, and that's why he wants to give the sign to Blair to relay to the infielders about where he's going to throw.
Odor steps in. The Rangers have a couple of injured players that are still pretty important to them. Leonis Martin has broke that helmet bone, and he's getting back, but I don't know if there's a question whether he'd be able to hit or not.
And he's a tremendous center fielder. A lot of assists, cover a lot of ground. Very, very strong arm.
And Josh Hamilton. Don't forget about Josh Hamilton. Hamilton had knee surgery and possible he could be back if the Rangers were to make it to the postseason. So they're kind of in a wait-and-see situation with those two guys, Martin and Hamilton.
I think a lot, and you can change from championship series to the next, and depending who the opposing team might be pitching as far as lefties, because all Hamilton could do is DH or possibly pinch hit, and can he run? You know, because he had his left knee cleaned up. This might be just a wasted year for him. Started with the Angels, had shoulder surgery, and was given to the Rangers. And Artie Moreno, the Angels paying last 3 years of that huge contract.
Well, he's only played in 40 games this year, so just got a piece of that one. And they talked about Martin too. Maybe if he can't hit, but maybe have him on a postseason roster as a defensive player and a pinch runner. He's a good base stealer, so that's a possibility. But do you want to carry an extra player that probably won't be able to hit?
You are basically going to carry fewer pitchers because your starters, maybe one can go to the bullpen and you can eliminate a reliever or two.
To first, Canna has it to the bag, side retired. Adrian Beltre, career home run number 409, a 2-run shot. So 5th inning coming up. Rangers 3, A's nothing.
Of the 2015 season, when the A's play host to the Crosby Rivals from September the 25th, that's a Friday night, through Sunday the 27th of September. Come out and support the green and gold as the A's close out this year's home slate. Get your tickets now online at athletics.com/tickets, or you can call 510-638-GO A's. Final 3 home games will be coming up soon in a couple of weeks.
So it's a little strange. You're playing interleague series, and in this case the Giants, the final home games, but I guess in this case for the A's, where they're not in the postseason race, maybe it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, it'd be. I mean,
Giants are not eliminated, but they're in miracle mode.
We know for sure for those 3 games going to be big crowds.
Yeah, and you know what? Both managers will get after it.
Absolutely, they will. And I think the thing about the Astros, we know the A's are playing the Mariners, and the Rangers are playing here. The Astros are in Arizona.
Finish in Arizona. How about that?
So their DH will not be used in that series.
Smolinski on a close play called out. Andrus made a nice play, and at the end of the play, he ended up about 20 feet from first base.
But he can play some shortstop. He has been their shortstop for several years, and up the middle, quick throw, and a bang play. Smolinski getting down the line, and it's not close enough to possibly be challenged, and it was not even really the jump at the bag by Smolinski, reached by Moreland, and That's why Prince Fielder has said Moreland's a better first baseman. Put him out there. He can field ground balls. In that case, stretched nicely to help get Linsky.
Here's pitch to Sam Fuld right on the outside corner. So Chichi Gonzalez with 3 runs to work with now. Full to center. DeShields now comes in. He's got it. 2 away here in the 5th, and Carson Blair will hit.
I think the schedule makers realized that when they moved the Astros, the American League made 15-15, which means an interleague series, every day, there's going to be an interleague game. But you'd like to think, well, I mean, in the case of Astros, they have to be thinking, why couldn't we play at our place, or at least where we could use the DH? In the case of Giants coming to Oakland, they can use a DH, whereas go to San Francisco, that's not the case. And I think more and more it has to be even out one way or the other because of the 15 and 15. Either use the DH exclusively or don't use it in the National League or the American League like they do in the National League now. So we'll see if something changes there.
1-1 the count to Blair. I can't imagine the Astros are that excited about having Evan Gattis, their primary DH, sit on the bench the last 3 games of the season. Now he can certainly play left field if they have to, but
you know, let's fast forward. If this series, Angels and Rangers, and that series means the division championship, you got one team playing with a pitcher having to hit, and you've got the 2 teams playing here, which should be a good finish to the season.
Blair hits it hard, but into the glove of DeShields. 6 in a row retired by Chichi Gonzalez. Bottom of the 5th coming up. 3-0 Rangers. Fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to CSNCA. Date a strong fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Fan photo is from Christopher Palmer. As Harry Carey used to say, that's a good-looking youngster.
And he's got somebody to protect him.
Yes. That is a good bodyguard right there. So 3-0 Rangers lead. It is the bottom of the 5th inning from Arlington. Warm day, but not one of those days that's hot and uncomfortable. It's actually warm but pretty nice today here in Arlington. And from what I understand, it's cooled off back in the Bay Area after that major hot stretch that came through.
90 here versus 105 here is a big difference.
slipping away. The Yankees got a much-needed win today. They shut out the Blue Jays 5-0 to salvage the final game of that 4-game series. Tanaka, in his 7 shutout innings, got his 12th win. So, what did the Yankees need that? Yankees with the #1 wild card spot. So they pick up a game. They're now 3.5 back of the Blue Jays in the East. And those two teams will play a 3-game series in Toronto in about a week and a half. Soft line drive, drops into center field, and Jimenez has a leadoff single.
Now, the one thing it seems today for Felix Duran is fastball location. That's a 1-2 fastball, and for a hitter to be able to hit it as well as Jimenez did. And the same with Adrian Beltre, able to extend his arm, so he's not really put in the fastball where he wants it, maybe trying to get it inside, leaking out over the plate, and makes a very good pitch to hit for a hitter, especially with 2 strikes.
So DeShields hits for the 3rd time. He has grounded out and hit a fly ball to center field. Way inside. Showing bunt like he does a lot. Well, with Martin out, like we were telling you about, and really Martin, even before he was out, he was struggling this year. DeShields has been a lifesaver for the Rangers. He has come on, started playing every day, and he's really done a nice job. Decent on base percentage, about .345. 9 triples. He's got 22 stolen bases.
Ron has added a little slide step or quick delivery, even though Jimenez is not a threat to steal, but he is using it, which is good.
Shallow center. Folds come hustling in, and Fold comes all the way into almost the infield, and he makes the catch. And with the fly ball that high, I got to believe the wind was messing with it if it gets up that high.
Well, Simeon, you watch Marcus at shortstop. He goes out. Really, it turns out to be his baseball. He starts going towards center field. Look where the ball ends up. He's calling for it. Sam comes in, and actually Marcus did his job. He's got it. I got it. And here comes Sam Fold saying, I got it. Simeon gets out of the way. And I think Sam said, uh-oh, a long run, because the wind did take it. And we're seeing the flags from right to left. Normally they're blowing the opposite direction, so that ball was taken from the center field area, almost behind shortstop.
So here's Chu. He's had a good afternoon, a homer and a single. This was the home run in the very first inning.
Ambush, he got it, and it was crushed.
So Chu now 18 home runs.
Looking at the batter's eye cap, they're going to have to water that. It's turning.
Yeah.
Need some water on the batter's eye. Make it artificial or something, but it's batter's eye in center field. See the fence below, but above the grassy area, and it's from up here. It's like there's some spots that are drying out. And a lot of rain here, and when it rains hard.
Sure would be nice if they'd borrow some of it. El Nino's coming though. That's what they said.
Yeah, they said maybe triple.
Triple El Nino?
Yeah, mucho, a lot of it, but
spread it out a little bit.
That's right.
Chu in this series is now 5 for 10. Swing and a miss. There was the breaking ball, and Chu missed it.
An home run on a fastball. He got jammed and splintered his bat on a fastball in. We have seen him in this series against lefties in particular swing at breaking balls out of the strike zone.
has the runner at first. "71 pitches for Felix Dubron. Mahika's in the bullpen. And Blair tries to block it, and it was a very tough pitch to block. It bounced about 5 feet out in front of home plate. So it's a wild pitch. And that is to second.
Jimenez knows as the pitch way out front, as soon as it hit the ground, he was gone on a secondary lead. And Blair did as well as he could at the ball bouncing that far out in front of the plate. Moved to his left, but catcher knows that if there's a ball in the dirt, his panic sets in and just trying to get the ball. And that's why, as a base runner, you try to get the secondary lead as soon as you see the ball in the dirt. Even if the catcher blocks it, you get the secondary lead, you could be halfway to second before he picks it up. It is Edward Mujica getting loose in the A's bullpen, the right-hander. And Skipper talking about Dahl last night. He did not particularly want him to pitch 2 innings, but as it turned out, he did, and probably makes him unavailable today.
Just missed, and it's a full count. Dubron thought it was strike 3. Angels leading the Astros 2-0 in the bottom of the 3rd in Anaheim.
Thinking Mujica loosening up. Looks like he's ready, and right-hander Beltre waiting the on-deck circle. Might be it.
And that one runs inside, and he walked it. 2 on, 1 out. So here comes Beltre. Bob Melvin has not come out of the dugout.
But that was probably a big at bat by Chu, because now you have Fielder hitting behind Beltre, and if you bring the righty in, do you have Mujica face the right-hander Napoli following? But Beltre in the 4th, fastball, bad location, and very, very deep in the A's bullpen.
So this is a key point in the game. You really don't want this lead to grow. And Beltre hits with 2 on and 2 out. Make it 2 on and 1 out. First pitch is a strike.
Looking for a ground ball. Many times, though, Beltre would hit the ball in the air, and sometimes over the fence. Line to right field his first at bat. And Dubron throws some off speed to get him roll over on a pitch.
In the dirt. Blair blocks it.
Fastball really scooted on quickly and caught it and then went to his knees.
And now Beltre steps out. Fly ball to right, 2-run homer for the cleanup hitter for the Rangers. Make that the 3rd place hitter, and that pitch not close. So 2-1.
Down low with the target and reach up quickly. And seems like every time you catch a ball like that, it feels like you're catching it behind you.
Beltre blasts one right center. That's hit well. Fold is back. He's at the wall, and it is gone. A 3-run homer for Adrian Beltre. He's knocked in 5 runs today, and it's 6-0 Rangers. That's exactly what you were hoping would not happen, especially with Mahika warming up in the bullpen.
Exactly. And, you know, when he walked Chu, that really hamstrung the manager, because at that point, he did not want to bring Mahika in to have him face Fielder. And this is what happens. There's your jet stream. He didn't need it, but maybe just enough. But
well, that's the spot right there.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
So 5 RBIs for Beltre.
Well, again, extending as he did in his previous at bat. Pulled it to left center. This one, that's the power to be able to go to right center. And remember, his thumb injuries probably prevented him from hitting more home runs than he has. That's just his 15th in the season. Between Beltre and Chichi Gonzalez today, it's been a Rangers effort pitching wise, and the man's frustrated right there, Bob Melvin, because he knows you have a lefty pitching to a lefty, you do not expect him to walk it. That could have been the difference of 2 runs.
So you're thinking too, Ray, if you get Chu, you pitch carefully to Beltre, and maybe pitch around him a little bit,
even walk it,
and then go lefty on lefty with this matchup here.
Exactly, and that's why Chu was the key batter.
Fielder fouls it just below us and fanned the first row. Had it, dropped it, and then picked it up, and he's got himself a souvenir. 27th career multi-homer game for Beltre. Right off the end of the bat toward the A's dugout. Big shift on for Prince Fielder. He has struck out and he has singled. See a lot of Rangers hitters stepping out. And Felix Dubron, I mean, he does work pretty slow on the mound.
Very slow.
Valencia charges on the run, and the throw is wide, and Fielder's aboard. Shift was on. Valencia playing the shortstop spot. So that base runner is going to knock Dubron out of the game. Bob Melvin pops out of the dugout.
Another big swing, and you're right, off the end of the bat, hit slowly enough that it was Valencia, and Valencia had to hurry and throw a little bit offline. So Mahika will be coming in. I'm assuming he was the one to continue to throw, and that's the line for Med.
So it goes as a hit, and when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
Your own team photo presented by YP.com. Tuesday, September the 22nd, these Texas Rangers will be at the Coliseum. 10,000 fans will go home with a 2015 team photo, a perfect souvenir for collecting autographs from your favorite A's players. For information and tickets, head to athletics.com/tickets. Edward Mujica trying to shut down the Rangers here as they have 7 hits while the A's just won. And if you look at a lefty starting against the Rangers, you look at 2 batters, top of the batting order, Chu and Fielder. They've reached base 5 times, 2 lefties. Chu has scored 3 runs. And right now it's 6-0. The Rangers lead. So you'd like to see a lefty be able to get lefties out, and that was the frustrating part with Chu walking in front of Beltran.
So 0-1 to Napoli, who has struck out twice. Fielder is the runner at first. 3 hits and a walk in this inning.
Mujica and Napoli teammates in Boston before Mujica was designated, and the A's picked him up.
Two and one now. So DuBrant, 7 hits, 6 runs so far in 4 1/3. He settled down a little bit, had a 3 up, 2 down second inning, and then a 3 up, 2 down third inning. But things pretty much fell apart in the 4th and the 5th. Major damage done by that gentleman right there. 2-run homer and a 3-run homer so far today. And Napoli takes inside on 3-1, and there's another walk. 2nd walk in the inning.
As we talked earlier in the season, John Daniels, general manager of the Rangers, decided to pick up the contract option for Beltran for next year. Did it before. They didn't waste any time. They knew they wanted him back, and that probably helped them. It helped Beltran and showed that they appreciated what he has been doing. Didn't have to worry about waiting till the end with him having to play. Could play relaxed, knowing that he's already locked in for 2016. Not a bad guy to have on the team.
So Moreland will hit, 2 on, 1 out. Moreland swings through an off-speed pitch.
And a good sinker. A ball just drops out of sight. Let's throw a good splitter, and when it splits and it goes down, it's a very difficult pitch for a hitter.
With a strikeout and a fly ball to left field so far today. Just foul. Cannon grabs it. Elvis Andrus in the background. He's well away from the on-deck circle, and there is an actual on-deck circle. Don't you see a lot of hitters do that, where they try to get more behind the umpire, catcher, and hitter to get a little more of a realistic view of the pitcher. Canna knocks it down, scrambles after it. His throw is not in time, and Mujica would have gotten spiked.
He got hurt. I think he pulled something as he was running to first. Something happened. He was limping to first, That's why it slowed him down, a little slow getting to the bag. I don't know what happened. Ron Showman going out and on the heel of the glove and ricocheted away, but we could see Mojica leaving the mound. Something happened en route, and he was able to recover quick enough to get to the bag, slow as it was, and but he hit the bag, but it all happened as he left the mound. All right, watch him as he takes off. Something happens.
All right, he accelerated.
Yeah. And it's either groin, grabbed his right knee, groin, something on his right side as he started to push off. And Ron Showman with the ball club, one of the trainers.
So Moreland was called safe on a very close play. The bases are loaded with one out, and we're going to step aside and we'll get a new A's pitcher. We're just not sure who it's going to be right now. We'll be back.
Is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
So the bases are loaded, one out here in the bottom of the fifth. Arnold Leone is the new pitcher, and he's just finishing up his warm-up tosses. He gets as many as he needs since he's coming in for an injured player, which was Mojica. But he's about ready to get rolling. He just told home plate umpire David Rackby just a couple more. So 3 runs are in in the inning, and they're all on the Beltre home run. But the Rangers are now thinking about busting this game open.
Well, the only statistic for Arnold Leon right now is inherited runners scored. Now, one of the base runners is his responsibility, but a very important statistic for a relief pitcher is that inherited runner stat, and you'd like to be able to leave the 3 on the bases, get back in the dugout, as the A's trying to get the 3rd out of the inning. Which right now they only have 1, so need a big pitch, big out right now from Leon, as the A's will play for 2.
Andrus has hit a fly ball to center field, and he has walked. Good numbers with the bases loaded in his career. He does not have a grand slam, but a .361 average.
Look at this inning, which seems like it's taken forever. Probably has, but the inning started with Jimenez a 2-strike base hit on a fastball. DeShields attempted to bunt twice unsuccessfully. Flies out to center field thinking, I got a chance to get out of the inning. And all of a sudden, the rest is where it is now. Bases loaded, 3 runs in.
Well, that Jew walk keeps popping into your head.
Yeah.
And it was a big at-bat in this game, even though it resulted in just a walk. Fielder at 3rd, Napoli at 2nd, Moreland at 1st. Missed again, 2-0. You're going to have to throw it in there at some point. And hit up the middle, and that's a base hit to center field. 1 run scores. They're waving home Napoli, and he will score. And it's 8-0 Rangers as Andrus has a 2-run single.
Well, your point well taken, Pat. Fall behind, you have to eventually throw a pitch over, and for Andrus, this is his way of hitting. He tried to hit a ball in the air, went nowhere in his first at bat to center field, but a walk and his 2-run single up the middle. A's were playing for 2, but considering where it was hit, no chance for Lord to get to it, and quickly 2-run single, and then he continues the 9th batter to hit.
So Odor steps in, still only 1 out. First pitch to Odor, big swing and miss. So 7 runs allowed by Felix Dubron.
And 3 home runs, something the A's had not been giving up a lot of home runs. They've not been giving up a lot of runs throughout the season, but not the case.
This one popped up foul.
Well, Venable last night got jammed. He just got jammed again. Well, I'm sorry. This is Odor. Will Venable went into pinch run.
Yeah, he's in there pinch running for Moreland.
But he got jammed last night, and Odor just got jammed, which surprised to see, but good pitch by Leon. But looks like they're going to get Napoli out of left field and put him at first base.
Odor hooks one toward right, but Reddick's there at the warning track. He makes the catch, spins around, fires it back in, 2 away. So the 10th man to bat in the inning will be Chris Jimenez. Angels still leading the Astros 2-0. That game in the bottom of the 4th now.
Angels doing what you're supposed to do, playing the first place team and pick up some ground, get back in the race, and things hold true to form. It could be a very tight top 3 in the Western Division.
And the Angels, after that game today at home, they will head out on the road, a 10-game road trip. They will go to Seattle for 3, Minnesota for 4, Houston for 3. That's a good road trip.
That's great.
So the Angels will have to bring their A game on the road. And that starts tomorrow in Seattle. Angels right in the thick of it. Jimenez skies one toward right center. Reddick and Fold are together. And Fold has it side retired. Major damage done as it is a 5 spot for the Rangers and they lead 8-0. Bay Area fan. Know It All with Sportsnet Central this evening at 6 and 10:30, and it's over on our sister station, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Our highlights from this game here in Arlington. Highlights from the Bengals-Raiders game that is going on at the Coliseum, and all the Week 1 highlights from around the NFL. Kelly Johnson and Mindy Bach will host. Here in Dallas, technically Arlington. It's the Rangers with a big 8-0 lead. So Venable stays in the game. He's in left. Napoli goes from left to first. Moreland is out. And Chichi Gonzalez goes to work. He was sitting a long time, but it was worth it. 5-run 5th inning for Texas.
He's been outstanding, and of course has Beltre driving in 5, but Gonzalez just the infield hit by Josh Reddick.
Couple of strikeouts, couple of walks, nothing else. So a leadoff walk to Simeon. So walk number 3. 75 pitches through 5+ innings for Gonzalez.
He could be pitching for a spot. The A's might see him again next weekend. Actually, next week when the Rangers come in, because you mentioned that Cole Hamels been pushed back to tomorrow night. If you look at the Rangers schedule, they will come to Oakland a week from Tuesday, and very similarly that Hamels could pitch tomorrow night and the weekend, and then either pitch Thursday, the series finale, or could back him up to Friday when they play the Astros. So it's something that Jeff Bannister, Mike Maddox can think about. Looks like today, at this point, his plan is working. With Gonzalez doing his job, there's the brain trust, Mike Maddox to your right, and Jeff Bannister, the manager, first year. Going to be an interesting Manager of the Year award this year between some new ones. A.J. Hinch back with the Astros. It's first year for him, but he has managed before. Jeff Bannister, of course. Paul Molitor of Minnesota. First year managers. And A lot of success for the first-year guys.
And it's usually the winner of that award. It usually goes to a team that surprises people. I think a lot of times managers on good teams could win the award.
Sure.
Just because they have a good team doesn't mean it's a push button manager's job. But
I think Joe Girardi in that category. With the Yankees winning, and they're supposed to win. And well, that's not necessarily true. It's a 162 game schedule. It doesn't mean
that's a banged up rotation all year, and he's done a good job.
There reminds us that Ned Yost does a good job with the Royals after winning last year, and boy, they've carried it forward to 2015. I think of the three, I mean, the Rangers, all the injuries from last year, Bannister taking over, gets a lot of guys back healthy again, still have some injuries.
Would you say, though, that at least in the American League, that the biggest surprise team is the Astros?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear cut there.
Well, I think for Jeff Luhnow, their general manager, to say that we expected hopefully to be competitive in August and September and looking forward to 16. And that's why he made the moves he did, getting Kazmir. He said, wait a minute, we're here where we are. We got to go for it. And Rangers, a perfect example in 2012 when they lost to the Cardinals. Let's see, no, it was the Giants in 10 and 11.
Cardinals in 11.
Yes, 11, because the Giants won
back to back.
Right. But in 11, they were one out away twice winning the World Series and didn't do it. So if you get close, you better take advantage of it. And that's what Jeff Luhnow of the Astros has said. I think the Nationals learning that from a couple of years ago with Strasburg and where they are now. They may be going home like a few teams after October the 4th.
0-2 to Canna.
Wow,
man, that one went behind Canna. I don't think it hit him.
It scared him. It scared him badly, because when you're at the plate and you expect to get back and avoid being hit, and you have to kind of go forward, and that ball was right at his head. Okay, watch this. Scary. And fortunately, he went forward, and that's why he stayed down to his knees. And I mean, that's right at his head when he ducked forward and went right behind him. That'll make your heart stop.
I don't think that's a happy man right there.
No. Not happy at all. Canna's fouled off 4 after getting 2 strikes and then 1 at his head.
Good swing there by Canna. Got a fastball. Probably more surprises in the American League from a negative standpoint than from a positive standpoint.
Yes.
Meaning teams that disappointed this year. Nice block by Jimenez. When you think about the Red Sox and all the money they spent, the Tigers, the Mariners.
Moving to his right was Jimenez. A good block by Jimenez, and keeping the runner at second. Meanwhile, Mark Canna, 2-2 count, but he's seen 9 pitches in the at-bat. Yeah, I don't think those managers and general managers are going to win many awards. Orioles probably struggling lately, hasn't helped them.
And Canna got jammed big time, and Beltran makes the basket count.
And that ball was straight at him. That might have hit him in the midsection had he not made contact.
Watch where this ball gets in on Canna. Boy, hit right up at the above his hands. So 1 away for Reddick. Reddick has walked and singled. Fastball on the outside corner, first strike. Valencia to follow here in the top of the 6th inning. Reddick hits it fair off the glove of Napoli, and Reddick's going to be aboard. Did not look like a terribly difficult play, but Napoli just missed it, and it's another error for the Rangers. That's their 2nd today. They made 2 last night.
Well, they made it a point, put Venom in the outfield, and Napoli back in a position that he's more familiar with, and gets a ground ball, the first one, and he can't handle it. Easily to his left and hit the heel of the glove, as was the case with Canna, and it ran too far away from him. Good hustle again by Josh Reddick, although it's an error.
So runners at the corners, 1 out. Valencia has an RBI opportunity. Keone starts to throw. They've backed off on him a little bit lately, have they not?
He's been working
pitching a lot.
Yeah.
Valencia, a couple of fly balls to right field so far today. He's 2 for 10 in the series. And there's that little slider from Gonzalez, and he gets a first pitch strike.
He's seen it first pitch, 3 consecutive at bats. All 3. This one in the strike zone, didn't offer at it. Probably would have had a better chance to hit that one than ones previously.
Misses that one, and it's 0-2.
A good sinker after a good slider, and the change up down and in, whatever, a lot of movement down and in.
2 pitch is well off the plate. 1-2. 8 hits for the Rangers, just 1 for the Athletics. These have had base runners. They've had 3 walks. And the Rangers have made a couple of errors. Valencia toward right center, and that'll get down for a hit. And that's going to shoot the gap, and that's going to go all the way to the wall. 2 runs are going to score as Reddick's being waved home. And Valencia all the way to 3rd with a triple. So the A's are on the board. It's 8-2, a 2-run triple for Danny Valencia. And you wonder, Ray, his first 2 at-bats hit the ball to right field, but more fly balls to right field. This one he drives to right center.
Well, I left it up. They try to go back inside. Maybe the same pitch that got strike 2 with a sinker or a changeup down and in. But really initially did not think the ball was going to be hit hard enough to get through into the gap. But it did. And once it hit the turf, kept rolling and showing that he's okay running there and able to get the 3rd standing up after the ball got past the outfielders.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Changing Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. time today, and it's Keone Kela, the rookie right-hander, who has really done a nice job for the Rangers, and he's been a workhorse. Look at the appearances, 62nd.
7 against the Athletics guy, and he made his major league debut back on the 7th of April. So he's had a good season for Jeff Bannister, Mike Maddox, their pitching coach. So here's a gift run for the A's. Infield back, runner third.
First pitch curveball is high. 5 1/3 for Chichi Gonzalez. Just a couple of hits. 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 91 pitches for the rookie right-hander. So 1-1 to Laurie, who has grounded out and hit a fly ball to right field. Infield back. So they're really giving the A's the run if Laurie can put it in play. Probably anywhere except maybe to third base. One-two pitch, got him swinging. So Laurie unable to put it in play, and a big strikeout for Kela.
One of his better pitches, the curveball, as we have seen throughout the season, and so have the rest of the American League hitters. Right over the top, threw a first pitch curveball that wasn't close, but then came back after missing with it, and Laurie not able to make contact. So the run remains in third. And good point about Billy Butler coming into the series. He was hitting the ball well, getting hits. Maybe a little frustrated in this series where he's hit some balls hard, but right at guys.
Butler overall 11 homers, 53 RBIs. Breaking ball just a little bit outside. Talking about the workload for Keone Kela, he actually got sent down to the minors for just a little bit. Brought back up. And that one almost got Valencia. He's in foul territory.
Well, it may not seem like a lot, but a big run at third base, and that's why it was tough. Laurie couldn't get him in when there was a ball in play. Probably would have done that. And he's down by 6.
Well, we've said it many times, Ray, in this ballpark, you just never know. If you can get it to 8-4, 8-5.
Well, he's had the 5-run inning on Friday. Last time, I'm sorry, in the 5th inning. They've had a couple of 7-run innings previously. No lead is safe. No guarantee until the final out.
Beltre has it pop off his glove, and Valencia is going to come in to score. And now it's 8-3. Beltre had a range quite a ways to his left. But boy, we've seen him make this play many, many times.
And if he had gotten to it, it's an out. And just enough for Billy Butler, far enough to his left. And even if Andrus had fielded the ball in the outfield, it might have been a chance to get him out, because Butler does not run fast. Just off the edge, just enough to deflect it away from Andrus.
So it goes as a hit. So a hit and an RBI for Butler, and the A's have scored 3 times. All 3 of those runs charged to Gonzalez, and that one to the backstop, and Butler will go to second. Really, Ray, I don't know if you agree with me, but it's really been kind of a sloppy game from both sides.
Yes, it is. I agree. Way off inside, and Even to look at this inning, a couple of runs that have scored, walk and an error.
Yeah.
That's why of the 3 runs Gonzalez gave up, just 1 has been earned.
Fastball for a strike to Smolinski, who has grounded out twice. So, chance to pick up another run. Smolinski chased that high fastball. So now he's behind in the count.
Pitch almost hit him up the backstop. Then this one up and in. That's why that pitch is so tough on hitters to recognize it, that it's out of the strike zone, and when they swing, tough to do any damage with it.
One-two pitch, a fastball running down and in, and Smolinski fouls it right at home plate. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A's get 3 runs, and they do it on a couple of hits. Valencia with the 2-run triple. So bottom of the 6th coming up. It's now the Rangers 8 and the A's 3.
First of a 2-run home run afternoon, a 3-run shot, and how about this one? This is a big one too to right center. So 2 home runs, 5 runs driven in by Adrian Beltre, and then Danny Valencia able to put the A's on the board with a 2-run triple to right center here at Globe Life Park as the ball just kept going. So Reddick scored, and so really Rangers kind of helped the A's score with 3 runs, only 1 earned. But Dubront giving up 7, including 2 home runs, a 2- and a 3-run home run to Adrian Beltre. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK. AT&T, mobilizing your world.
Top of the order for the Rangers here in the 6th inning. Arnold Leone back out there. And the first pitch in for a strike. The New York Mets won again. They have won 7 in a row, and they are just marching toward the postseason. It was one of those wins, Ray, where the team that is just rolling along and really nothing can stop them, they get those wins. They were in Atlanta, trailing 7-4 in the 9th inning. And Daniel Murphy hit a 3-run homer to tie it. And then in the 11th inning, they scored 3 runs and won 10-7. That is a pennant race, hot team rolling along, going to win the division kind of win.
And it may be type of 2007 Colorado Rockies that just win everything down the stretch and sometimes win too much and too quickly. But you always want to try to get there, and the Mets are just making the Washington Nationals an afterthought.
9.5 game lead for the Mets in the National League East, even with the Nationals winning. That one hit the bag and rolls down the third base line. DeShields, with that great speed, will ease into second base with a double. Saw it pop up a little bit, but that's what happened when it hit the bag.
The 2-1 once again, falling behind, ball coming right in the wheelhouse of DeShields, and take a look as the ball hits right there, pops up, just barely hit in front of it. Of course, out of Windelstedt calling the ball fair, hitting the bag and down in the corner. It's going to be an easy double for DeShields anyway. When you score 3, you want to shut down.
Yeah.
You do not want to get those 3 back, but this is not a good start for the A's.
So big game for Chu. Homer in the first, single in the fourth, walked in the fifth, and he has scored 3 runs. So Chu's done a lot of damage in this series out of this 2 spot in the lineup. And he's got another hit. Lines it to center. DeShields will be waved home. Sam Folds throw to the plate. Late. So 9-3. Rangers answer right back, get a run. So Chu has 3 hits and a couple of RBIs today.
Right back up the middle, and pretty good hitting as the ball tailing away from him. So Chu hitting in the second spot, and he's getting big hits, advancing runners, and in this case driving one in, and scores this time. That's 4 runs scored for somebody hitting second. So the A's score 3, already 1 given back to him.
So Chu now 67 RBIs, and here's Adrian Beltre. The Rangers now with 10 hits in the game. Angels still leading the Astros 2-0, top of the 6th inning. Looks like Beltre was taken all the way, and he takes a strike. Beltre way out in front, lines it foul. So we just got the report on Edward Mujica, right hamstring strain. And that's about what it looked like.
It's exactly what it looked like, and it's 3 weeks from mid, the final game of the season. So if you don't see Edward Mujica pitching for the A's the rest of the season, I still think one of the toughest injuries to come back as he goes after, and watch him accelerate right there. Oh. Got the hamstring, and that's it. But just looked like he pushed off, and once he saw the ball get past, actually it's going over to probably take the throw at first. Canna catches it, nice feed, but once he saw him miss it, the ball moved away from him, and he had to hurry, and that's when he grabbed him.
A little bit inside to Beltre to even the count at 2-2. Arnold Leon on for Mujica. Mujica only faced 2 batters. He walked the first guy, and then that play, and that was it. Beltre toward left. Smolinski's there. He's got it. Beltre. Was that the go down to one knee swing?
That was a protecting down to one knee, and lost his balance a little bit, but this is all planned. Goes down and stands out down to one knee, prays that the ball drops in. It's out. That's the extreme there. That's probably the farthest we've seen him go down.
So Arnold Leone is done for the afternoon. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
As home dates for games at Holcomb Park have been announced. Enjoy a first-class experience. Get an early glimpse of next year's squad at the A's all-new spring training venue in Mesa, Arizona. For more information, visit athletics.com/spring today. Right around the corner, before you know it, they will be back down in Arizona, and the weather will be outstanding. Getting ready for another spring training 2016, and oh, how different that season's going to be.
I hope so.
It will be.
I think it will be too. So here's Fernando Abad, 2-2, 4.07 ERA in 54 appearances. So he's going to face Prince Fielder. One out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
That number at the bottom, 11 home runs allowed.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. And look at some of the relief pitchers' home runs allowed. They don't pitch a lot of innings. And you amass that number of home runs, that really stands out.
So 0-1 to Prince Fielder. Couple of singles for Fielder today. So his average sitting at 308. He drives this one toward left center. Smolinski gets back there to make the catch. Kind of hung up a little bit. Smolinski was able to get there. 2 away here in the 6th. And now Napoli hits for the 4th time.
The first baseman, Mike Napoli.
Napoli, a couple of strikeouts and a walk.
You talked about Napoli playing left field, adding to his possible positions, but there's one that he's really not able to do anymore. That's catch.
Nope.
And he was a catcher before, and a very good one. Moved to first base, DH, and trying to play a little bit left field, at least starting this game. Had a hip issue that seemed to work out okay. Had a huge contract with the Red Sox, but kind of avoided. Ended up signing a 1-year deal with incentives and able to win a world championship and then sign another long-term deal.
Well, he was here with the Rangers in 2011 and 2012. Andrew Faulkner, left-hander, is loose and ready to go for the Rangers. But in 2011, Napoli hit 30 home runs and had 75 RBIs.
And a huge postseason.
And that was a cross-up of some sort.
And this always amazes me. Nobody is at second base. There's one sign. How do you get crossed up with one sign? And he is crossed up. It's a breaking ball, throws a fastball. Saw Fegley get crossed up with Abad pitching on 3 consecutive pitches. So Carson Blair joins it. One's a fastball, 2's a curve, 3's a slider, 4's a change.
Last time we checked.
Runner at second side.
.30 pitch, well outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Mike Napoli. So that is walk number 4 by A's pitchers today. And here's Will Venable is going to hit for the first time. Venditti's up. So Abad will be pitching carefully to Mike Napoli, wanting to face the left-handed hitting Venable. Down and away, but called a strike. Venable can't believe. That was not a real good call. Blocked by Carson Blair.
Carson Blair getting his work in and moving very well to his left.
Venable was a pinch runner in the 5th inning. Pinch running for Moreland and then stayed in the game. Acquired from the San Diego Padres just to add a little outfield depth. And now it's 3-1. Abad having some trouble throwing strikes. And that one's not close. And it's another walk.
And there's another lefty walking. That's why you see the frustration on the skipper's face. And I think it's going to go to the right-hander or the switch pitcher, Venditti.
So the bases are loaded. 2 outs. Abad is done. And Venditti's coming in to face Elvis Andrus. We'll be back.
For Live Baseball. Join live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcast, and more. Get to MLB.com and back now, right now. Still have time. A lot of baseball remaining. There's regular season, a postseason, a lot of good things on the app. Right now, the A's, Pat Venditti. Elvis Andrus looking on, watching him throw from the left hand and the right hand. And he'll face Elvis Andrus right hand.
So the bases are loaded. 2 outs. Choose at third. Napoli is the runner at second, and Venable at first.
You see Andrus, he walked up and got in the left-handed batter's box. As Venditti was ready to throw right-handed. He said, when did you become a switch hitter? You can have a little fun when you have a score like this. And he had the wrong helmet on if he's going to bat left-handed.
So Venditti, the 5th pitcher in the game, and a slider that spins way outside. Carson Blair working hard today. 5 walks by A's pitchers and 5 strikeouts. Inside, 2-0. In the last 3 innings, 4, 5, and 6, the Texas Rangers have had 15 base runners. 15.
That's why the game has slowed down to snail's pace. Between walks and base runners, and the pace of game is eliminated with runners on base. Guys can take as much time as they want.
Andrus, that time he chased that slurvy slider.
He committed, thought he was getting a fastball, and tried to hold it up with no chance.
So now the count 2-2. A's play Andrus to hit the ball toward right center. Just got a piece of that one right off the end of the bat. Loops it foul. 1 in the first, 2 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth for the Rangers. He's got their 3 runs in the 6th inning. Line drive left field. Smolinski coming in. Smolinski dives and he caught it. What a play by Jake Smolinski. Taking a hit and a couple of RBIs away from Elvis Andrus. But another run for the Rangers, so we're going to the 7th inning. Texas 9, the A's 3.
Gonzalez says he was brought in to pitch this game just as the start of the season. A couple of previous against the Athletics. He lost both of those, and today, though, 5 1/3. First 5 innings, he gave up just a couple of walks and an infield base hit. Struggled a little bit more in the 6th, ended up giving up 3 runs, only 1 earned. But a good outing today, especially with the offense that his club gave him.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. It's the left-hander Andrew Faulkner who comes in for his 4th appearance. He was brought up to the big leagues 28th of August. Pitched in AA and AAA this year. Was actually a starter at the beginning of the year, but switched to the bullpen. And now in the big leagues as a reliever. He'll face Fold, Blair, and Simeon. And the first pitch is strike. Angels still leading the Astros 2-0. That game in the middle of the 7th inning now. Angels going for the 3-game sweep. Andrus backhands and throws out Sam Fold. You know, sometimes, Ray, we talk about it's easier to backhand the ball than to fight hard to try to get in front of it, and I thought that was a perfect example. Andrus just backhanded it, and then he was all set up to throw to first.
Well, the setup is the key, because once you backhand, you are positioned to take a little crow hop, push off your back foot. If you try to get in front of it, circle around, it's not going to be as efficient. It's going to take more time.
Yeah.
So, to your point, is exactly right. Backhand and infield coaches teach that to take the backhand. If you have to charge a ball, you kind of circle around to have the momentum going towards first.
I mean, he could have got in front of it, but he would have had to work hard to get there, and then your momentum is going really kind of away from where you want to throw it.
Guys can usually get out of the box quickly enough that if you take the extra step, the extra second or so, that may be just enough that he beats it out. But amazing to watch infielders, outfielders, catchers, and the work they put in most of the time during batting practice that a lot of times you don't see. But they're working on those things, turning double plays, backhanding. They don't dive because that's going to be just a natural instinct to try and dive for a ball.
Hit hard but foul by Carson Blair. So 1-2 to the A's catcher, who has walked and hit a fly ball to center field. Slider is away to Blair.
Carson Blair would like to get his first hit. Figure this kind of a game, maybe get a pitch that he can handle, get a baseball, be all set for the win.
Maybe right here on the 2-2 pitch. And that one is belted to left field. He's got his first hit, and it's a home run. On a 2-2 pitch, Carson Blair deposits one into the left field seats, and they're trying to get the ball back. In fact, it's Adrian Beltre who's trying to get the ball back. How about that?
That's good. He knows it. He knows it's at least his first home run. He maybe doesn't know it's his first hit. Maybe he even knows that. But that is a great swing by Carson Blair. Bob Melvin, congratulations. Darren Bush, the bullpen got it. Nice going, guys. So, solid treatment. They did it to young Seager of the Dodgers last night when he hit his first home run. But that's a great swing by Blair.
And a big moment. So congratulations to Carson Blair. He's got a batting average. He's got a home run too.
Remember that Stephen Vogt came over to the Athletics and he was, what, 0 for 32, 33, and his first hit was a home run. Now that's a great story. Stays in the game, gets crossed up on a fastball, and nobody at second base, so he deserves to hit a home run. Fastball came right in his wheelhouse, and a little buckle right there, so that's pretty quick because it looked like he was trying to protect a little bit, and a bumped him a little bit and showed the strength, just upper body and let it go.
So 9-4 now is the score. Simeon looking for his first hit on the afternoon, although he's been on base a couple times. With a walk, and he reached down in the air and he fouls that one off his foot.
He tried to get inside the Blair, did not this time though. This is off the shin. Left shin of Simeon. Must have been what happened to Mark Teixeira when he fouled a ball off of his leg and he ended up on crutches and then out for the season. That's a big blow to the Yankees too.
Yep.
Season he was having 31 home runs and out for the rest of the year.
Just missed 2-2. We mentioned earlier, Yankees did win today, 5-0 over the Blue Jays at home. And now it's 3-2. Yankees will go out on the road for a road trip. Listen to this one though, Ray. This is a good trip. Sounds like an A's trip. At Tampa Bay, at the Mets, at Toronto. I can't make that up. Left field, Venable gets back and he makes the catch.
Well, can't see this enough. How about Carson Blair? First major league hit from left-hander Faulkner. And a home run. Sounded great and had the power to do it. Look at the side shot. See what, as he has it, see him pull it in, hands in. So that's pretty impressive there. And the pitch was running in on him. Opened up the hit, brought in the hands and unloaded. His first hit, first major league home run, all in one swing.
It's the A's third home run in this series. Mark Canha's had a quiet afternoon. He hit into a double play. He has struck out. He has fouled out. Right center. Chu hustling in. So is DeShields, and it falls. So those two have trouble again.
So finally, the miscommunication pays off for the A's, and they let the simplest of fly balls drop.
That's the third time in this series, right? Exactly. That those two have had communication problems. And quite frankly, they've been playing out there for a while together now.
McKenna normally would be at second, but he was at first, and Chu came in. The Shields backed off, and it drops in.
Well, for two guys that have played out there together for a while, and it's September, that should not happen. Reddick, fair. And Canha's going to hustle for third. He will make it, and Reddick's got himself a double. He just went the other way, nice and easy.
Just dragged it that way and pitch him away, let him go that way. And Jeff Bannister is going to make a pitching change, and this big lead that he had is dwindling down. One more hit, the A's are really back in the ball game. But you're right, just a swing that Josh Reddick has used a lot this year. They keep shifting him, and right now the A's need base runners, and he did exactly that.
So second and third, 2 outs. And Sam Dyson's coming in, the right-hander. So Faulkner is done, and the A's trying to make a move. tomorrow. And then the rest of the pitching matchups, Brooks and Samardzija on Tuesday, Chavez and Johnson on Wednesday, Nolan and Quintana on Thursday. So a 4-game series, and they will all be televised by CSN California. So Sonny Gray gets the ball tomorrow. And Sonny will be looking for his 14th win of the year. So Sam Dyson comes in. He's trying to get the third out here in the 7th inning. Second and third for Valencia.
Finished the game last night. Reddick with a base hit, and Valencia a double play. That was in the 9th inning. Hard throwing right-hander. Several out of the Rangers bullpen. 1 hit now. It's a 3-run game.
Yeah.
And that's why Jeff Bannister started this inning and just saying, well, we'll put Faulkner in there and try to save some of the guys. And all of a sudden, he may be thinking about the back end of the bullpen.
Canna and Reddick are your base runners, and now it's 2-0. So Faulkner goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up 3 hits, 1 run so far, the Blair home run. And there's a strike, 2-1.
Some nasty shadows, man. That's
There's double shadows if you're the hitter.
That's right. Look at light standers from third base dugout, and of course the shadows from the right field stands, or the first base dugout stands, and light coming through some of the areas. So a lot of things going on.
We take a 96 from Dyson, but it's low. 3-1 with Laurie to hit next. Valencia, big rip on 3-1, 97 miles an hour.
Pulled off just a little. See how his hips open up, and you're right about where he had to go to right center. Just stay closed. They're going to pitch him away, it seems, with everything. Should another ball in the gap. Have a big day like Beltre. A couple of home runs, 5 ribbies. Single here. He gives.
And a little pop-up behind first. Napoli grabs it. Side retired. The A's get 1 on 3 hits. 7th inning stretch coming up from Globe Life Park in Arlington. And the first major league hit is a home run for Carson Blair. Congratulations. 9-4, bottom of the 7th coming up.
of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Rangers 9, A's 4. This is the rubber game of the series. And the new pitcher, and he's making his A's debut. His name is Daniel Coulombe. Left-hander, just acquired from the Dodgers. In fact, I believe it happened while we were in the air flying to Texas.
Exactly right. In here, he's out in the clubhouse, and going to tell the visiting clubhouse manager they always have a tough time in September with all the call-ups and all the vacant lockers are taken. But lefty is here. Coulombe. Not Colombe, Coulombe. Zach was very quick to point that out to everybody, the correct pronunciation.
Coulombe. Texas Tech. So he knows all about pitching in the Texas heat.
Well, he also knows about the thing about to happen next door.
Yes, he does. Football. Well, the pace this game's rolling along, we'll be done about kickoff. Here's Odor. And the first pitch just a touch outside. Odor, Jimenez, and DeShields. Odor is 0 for 3 on the day. Call it a strike, so 2-0 can make it 1-1 the count. Angels added another run. It's now 3-0 over the Astros in the top of the 8th inning. So the Astros on that road trip, and we talked about it when they were in Oakland. A test road trip for a team that does not play well on the road. They're 1-4 on the trip so far and trailing 3-0 today.
So you're saying they cannot wait to get to Houston?
Seems like it. Hard hit ball. Simeon, what a play. His throw to first pulls Ken off the bag, so Odor's going to have a hit. What a nice play by Simeon.
And once he got the ball in his glove, not much he could do except jump, throw, and hope for some accuracy. Look where he's playing. And a little slight shift, just enough that it became an instinctive play versus a routine play and playing a normal position.
So hit number 11 for the Rangers, and here's Jimenez. First pitch is hit. Fair. Diving play. Valencia gets up. His throw is in time on a one-hop to Canna. A nice play by Danny Valencia.
And again, bouncing the throw intentionally. We've seen him do that, and takes a double away from Jimenez and into the dirt and quickly throwing. And it's amazing the accuracy throwing the ball in front of Canna. And fair ball called by Hunter Wendelstedt, and up quickly, and it's kind of a throw. Just pick up the first base bag, the first baseman, and to be able to bounce the ball far enough out in front so it becomes a good hop for the first baseman, and it's exactly what Canna got at first.
Well, his first pitch to DeShields, little slider. They checked with Bob Davidson, and DeShields did not go. DeShields is 1 for 4 with a double. He doubled and scored in the 6th. Inside, 2-0. Colon did pitch a little bit in the big leagues with the Dodgers. He was acquired for cash considerations. In fact, he pitched in 5 games with LA.
This means the great Steve Vucinich had to find another uniform and another number and a name on the back.
And Vuce always knows it doesn't matter when it could be. There may be 2 days left in the season, but he always says you got to bring extra jerseys. You just never know.
And a lot of letters and numbers just in case. But I think for an equipment manager, you never want to have somebody go out without the name on the back, numberless.
No, that should never happen.
Now, I don't know that it's ever happened to Vuce. He'll correct me if I'm wrong, but he is very good about that. And all throughout baseball, they have seamstress planned in the areas just in case. So the 67, Colon, spelled correctly. Big league ball players ready to go.
Pitch is low and it's a walk. 6th walk by the A's today. So 2 on, 1 out for Chu. Huge game for Chu. Homer, single, walk, single. Scored 3, knocked in 2. Chu has done quite a bit of damage against left-handers today. Canna has it to Colon, and they got him at first.
Jeff Bannister's going to say, hold on, let's take a look at it. Immediately out on the warning track. Bob Davidson couldn't see it. I don't know who could. Colon falling off to the third base side. Nice feed by Canna. Yeah, there's Bob. Let's take a look at it here, because this is what they're looking at in New York. Right foot. Back in the dugout. That's where Jeff Bannister just went, because his video coordinator said the same thing as we saw. It looked like he was safe, but in reality, he was out. Got recovered by Colon because he did fall off towards third base quite a bit.
So now he's got to get Beltre, who has hit 2 home runs today, a 2-run homer and a 3-run homer. So it's not quite Mike Moustakas numbers from the Royals, who drove in 9 runs yesterday. And did I see that he drove in all 9 runs after the 5th inning?
With home runs. Yeah, a couple. Yeah, just
9 RBIs in 1 game for Mike Moustakas. One and 1 the count to Beltre.
The night before, the Orioles hit 2 grand slams in the same inning.
Yeah.
And we found out how strong Chris Davis is. But he got plunked after one of the home runs. And he felt it was intentional, I think, and threw his bat down and broke it. This is what happened today here. Beltre in the 4th inning with a 2-run shot to the back wall. And then the next inning, a 3-run shot to right center. 2 of the 3 home runs given up by today's starting pitcher, Felix Dubois, in the Athletics. Gave up 7 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings.
One-two pitch to Beltre, curve, and he had a big swing, and the ball's fouled, rolls to the backstop. So runners at 2nd and 3rd. And a foul tip, and that's a strikeout. So Colon strikes out Beltre. A couple of runners stranded. We're headed to the 8th inning, 9-4. Rangers lead the A's.
Right now, get on board early with 2016 priority seating and choose your exact seating location for next season. A's offer a variety of full and partial season plans that qualify for great benefits, including half-price parking, flexible ticket exchange program, and more. For more information, call right now, 510-638-GO-A's, or you can visit athletics.com/2016. I think Bob Melvin said it best. It will be different in 2016. Get everything figured out and get all things working in the right direction and turn this thing around. They're ready.
So Dyson back out there. He's trailing 9-4. Laurie, Butler, and Smolinski here in the 8th inning. On to Chicago after the game. 4 in Chicago and then 3 in Houston. For the Astros, they will, as we've said, they'll come here for 4 and then basically meet the A's in Houston. So that is schedule as we move forward. After Houston, back home an off day on Monday, and then the Rangers in town, and then the Giants, and that's it for the home schedule. A's will finish with 3 in Anaheim and 3 in Seattle to wrap up the 2015 season. So closing it out. Not close as Laurie gets bent back out of the way. 3-1.
Well, this game is going. He is going to come back there. Mike Maddox and the trainer are going to go out. Dyson, as he was getting loose before the inning started, it was rotating his right arm and kind of stretching a little bit, and maybe seeing some of these pitches go at the hitters. Got to take a look at it. At the end of the 7th inning, and Valencia popped up to foul. He had a few words with Dyson, and the only thing I can think of is maybe Dyson thought a couple of the pitches were strikes, and he questioned the umpire, and Valencia took exception to that.
But that's fairly normal.
It should be. It's very normal because pitchers want to know what the strike zone is, especially a relief pitcher. And if he had been watching, which is hard to do in right center as deep as they are, but the strike zone has been a little bit different as far as height and the low strike.
So Laurie has a leadoff walk. That's 4 walks by Rangers pitchers. Now Diekman gets up, the left-hander. So Billy Butler will step in. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Butler picking up his 54th RBI of the year in the 6th inning, and he takes inside. Indians and the Tigers playing a doubleheader today in Cleveland. They got rained out Friday and Saturday at Progressive Field. Bad weather in Cleveland? I thought the sun always shined in Cleveland. Maybe it's just me.
I thought it only rained when the stadium was on the lake. The mistake by the lake, but now it's
it doesn't rain now.
Uptown Cleveland. That's most stay down by the football Browns.
Sunshine City. 2-0 pitch taken all the way as Butler makes a strike.
Maybe they wanted the rain so the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame would be well visited by the fans who were in town to watch the games.
Not close again. All of a sudden Dyson, I mean, he's missing by quite a bit.
Jeff Bannister brought in Dyson to face Valencia with runners at 2nd and 3rd, and I think he realizes, as you have said in this series, you never know because anything can happen in Arlington, Texas.
Yes, indeed. So 3-2 now to Butler. Smolinski will be next. Rolled over foul. Dyson, you can see by his velocity, 96 miles an hour. It's almost like an easy 95, 96. Was with the Marlins. Rangers acquired him near the trade deadline. And missed outside. Another walk. Back-to-back walks to open up the 8th inning. Neither team wants to make this easy.
They got the lefty Diekman loosening, but I mean, they could say injury, but at this point Maddox went out in the trainer and everything seemed to be okay. Well, you may see Diekman now with Muncy pinch hitting for Smolinski. Sam Ford, another lefty to follow him, and as Coco Chris can play.
And here comes Bannister. So once Muncy was announced, so Diekman's coming in, the hard throwing left-hander. So Dyson walks the first 2 here in the 8th, and he is done. We'll be back. nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. So Jake Diekman comes in. He came over in the trade with Cole Hamels from the Phillies. 60th appearance. And he is not going to face Max Muncy. He's going to face Tyler Leindorf. So Muncy was announced, so he has technically been used.
Just enough to get his father excited that thought Max is going to get a chance to hit. And of course, Max grew up about 15 miles from here. There's his dad wearing the number 50 is his son's jersey. And
he's like, really?
Yeah.
I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours and my kid gets to the on deck circle. Oh well.
Keller, Texas. So he gets to watch Leindorf pinch hit for his son, but got a chance to watch him play last night and make the big play at first base and got a base hit. Saw him up in Seattle when Max was promoted to the Athletics, and then when Max was parents were all over the place. Said, son, make up your mind. Said, Dad, I'm trying. It's called having options.
First pitch to Leindorf, in for a strike. So Leindorf, a pinch hit appearance with Laurie at second and Butler at first. He's down by 5. And now it's 0-2. Things can happen quickly in this ballpark. Fifth pitcher for the Rangers today.
Cinco de Mayo several years ago, 16-5. A's were up big, ended up losing 16-5. So it is Arlington, Texas, and yes, anything can happen.
Leindorf shoots one foul. So 11 pitchers used combined today, and there will be more.
It's already the 8th inning.
There will be many more. Yeah, swing and a miss on a high fastball, and Leindorf strikes out. So the first out of the 8th inning is a strikeout.
Went upstairs with a heater, and all those shadows, whether it affected or not, definitely the hard throwing Diekman, who has that delivery. It looks like he's throwing to his own dugout and then delivers to the plate. Makes it difficult to pick up. So with this at bat by Sam Ford against the lefty, I assume Coco Crisp is not available. A switch hitter, and we have seen him in the past pinch hit late in ball games. Matter of fact, very recently in Oakland.
Off the foot of Full. So Diekman comes in and he's throwing strikes. Something Dyson could not do here in the Oakland.
Protection on the right foot. Does he get it? No, of course not. Misses it.
So Sam Full needs a new bat.
Right to bat was the only thing he broke.
Sam Full looking for his first hit today. And this should be a good time for it. Alvarez and Pomeranz up on the A's bullpen, which is way out in left center field. Rolling foul, and he broke another one. So bat number 3 in this at bat.
Well, they were trying to pack up as much stuff as they could. I heard the stadium operations gentleman said, if you need more bats, the truck will be close. Well, Goose may be going for more bats.
Yeah. Find the truck, Goose.
He has everything under control, I guess. So the bats are there. Otherwise, they'd pick up somebody else's. Just another bat. This is trying to see if he can get 3 in the same at bat.
Two and 2 the count.
A's are looking for a big hit. They looked for it last inning with runners at second and third. Couldn't get it. That could have tightened the score a little bit. And once again, they're down by 5, 8th inning.
Fouled straight back to the screen. The fastball 95 miles an hour. Diekman throws hard. It's been a good addition to the Rangers. Everybody talks about Hamels, and obviously we know the importance for him, but Rangers kind of needed a lefty.
I'd go back to Joe Messier acquisition by Billy Beane at a time when they needed a setup reliever, and got it. Joe Messier, name just keeps popping up. So big name starting pitchers are there, but you're right about relief pitchers.
And that hit full, then he'll take first base.
Well, they're checking and say let's check, and running in on Sam Fuld. He's checking his arm, his underarm, the left arm, and definitely hit him on the arm. And they want an appeal to third base to see if he swung. He did not. So a very good at bat by Sam Fuld, facing the hard throwing lefty from the left side. So you have a walk, a strikeout, hit batter. Bases loaded.
And Carson Blair is the hitter. Last day's player to homer for their first major league hit, Stephen Bell, 2013. And Greg Maddux is coming out. Let's take a look at the home run by Blair. This was in the 7th inning.
And as I mentioned earlier, when you hear the sound of certain contact, you figure it's got a chance, and that one did. I'm always amazed that when a guy gets a home run, how it could filter up and down the bench. Silent treatment. Everybody just stands there.
Yeah. How do you pass that information on?
Somebody must yell it, because they all just stood there. And I thought Seager last night was great.
Yeah, he got silent treatment. Young man from the Dodgers.
It's like he can play.
Yep, that was the word on the street about it.
No one is the untouchable in the Dodgers organization.
So here's Blair. Bases loaded, 1 out. Laurie, Butler, Fuld are your runners. First pitch is a bit high, 97.
Well, he walked in his first at bat today, and he walked in his first major league at bat last Sunday. Bob Melvin said he wanted to get him a game, which he did earlier in the week against Houston. Fagley caught Friday night, last night. Blair gets the start this afternoon.
2-0. Well, it has not been a good performance by the Rangers bullpen tonight. Kella, Faulkner, Dyson, Diekman, and none of them have been sharp.
Carson Blair with a solo home run. Carson Blair maybe with his second major league hit. A gapper and drive in 3. Sam Fuld can run. Outfield playing shallow. Very shallow, as a matter of fact.
Got a pitch to hit there. It's at high and foul.
Closer, Tollison. He may not be waiting around for the 9th either. Marcus Semien right-handed drew up, then Cannon.
And Blair swings and misses at a high heater at 98. 2 away here in the 8th inning.
He did not mess around, went right after him and strike out with the bases loaded. So maybe just enough to keep Marcus Semien. He could drive a ball someplace in the gap. So he's just trying to do something. They had second and third last inning, couldn't score. Bases loaded this inning. Just looking for the big hit.
And Semien swings and misses. He's with 6 grand slams this year. So they've done a really good job with the bases loaded. Semien today is 0 for 3. He walked and reached on an error. Hitting out of the leadoff spot with Billy Burns out of the lineup. Hit high and foul, headed for the second level. Just misses the second level.
Threw a change up first pitch, and the guy throws mid-90s at the fastball and pulls the string. Had Semien out in front, and after that pitch, a couple of fastballs, including one he just fouled back, and have to wonder if he's going to try to go heater upstairs as he did with Blair, or maybe pull the string on a changeup again.
Was blocked by Jimenez. Long day for the catchers. They've caught a lot of pitchers and a lot of pitches.
Hard slider, and what you want to see out of the catchers. Runners at third. A runner at third.
Inside corner, strike 3 call. So the A's had the bases loaded, 1 out, could not score. Bottom of the 8th coming up, 9-4 Texas. This game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 4-6-1 for the A's, 9-11-2 for the Rangers. Felix Doubront knocked out in the 5th inning, gave up 7 earned runs. Carson Blair, his first major league hit was a solo home run. For Carson Blair, that happened in the 7th inning. Chichi Gonzalez pitched into the 6th. And Adrian Beltre, a 2-run homer and a 3-run homer. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th from Globe Life Park in Arlington, and the Rangers trying to win the series. So R.J. Alvarez comes in.
Just tell us what happened.
Yeah, I gotta tell you. I'm dying to tell you this.
Tell me that.
This
is interesting.
So Alvarez on the pitch, and the new left fielder is Tyler Ladendorf. So Ladendorf in the left. Alvarez on the mound for the bottom of the 8th. And Prince Fielder steps in. So in Anaheim, this one's hit toward Reddick, who is under it. He's got it. It was the Angels 3, the Astros nothing. Top of the 9th inning, Houston Street retires the first 2 hitters. 2 outs, nobody on base. Astros trailing 3-0. And this is what happened. Tucker homers, Springer triples, Altuve singles for another run, Correa singles, Lowry homers. All with 2 outs, 5-3 Astros going to the bottom of the 9th. Houston Street had 2 outs and nobody on.
So a possible swing from the Rangers or the Angels going to 2.5 games, and actually the Rangers to half game to
that's a huge
to the Angels 4.5 if it stays that way, and that's a 2-game swing.
I mean, the Angels are 1 out away from being 2.5 games out of first place
with a sweep and a 3-run lead in the 9th inning.
So it went homer, triple, triple, homer, triple, single, single, homer. 5 runs. So the Angels now batting in the bottom of the 9th. So we'll let you know the final of that one. Those are the kind of games that are just crushing.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Luke Gregerson in the bullpen might have said, well, not going to work again. Oh, by the way, hurt and get loose.
Get going, yeah. I think they're crushing more if you're chasing. You know,
absolutely.
I mean, it's just the days on the calendar check off, and I mean the Angels are close. They're not 5 or 6 games back, but still.
When you're going head to head, that's the difference. Really, they picked up essentially 4 games by winning the first 2. And the chance to make it 2 games each day when you're playing the team that you're chasing. So they could go back to 4.5 instead of 2.5, and there's a 2-game swing in the 9th inning if the Astros hang on.
First pitch to Venable is a strike. Napoli aboard with the walk. So A's pitchers have walked 7 today. Second at bat for Venable. He walked in the 6th. And he drills one toward left. Lindorf makes the catch. So 1 away. Or make it 2 outs, excuse me, with the runner aboard. Elvis Andrus will hit. Elvis Andrus, his 5th at bat. He had a big hit, 2-run single in the 5th inning. Alvarez pumps a fastball in there for a strike. Andrus now with 53 RBIs on the year. Not close. That'll be interesting to see if Globe Life Park is sold out or what the attendance will be for this upcoming 4-game series against the Astros. I gotta believe that it'll be close to sellout.
Well, football was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
But I don't, you know, we joke a lot about the football thing. I don't think there's any question that a Friday night crowd here in late August or September is affected by high school football. I mean, there's just literally hundreds of high school football games going on.
One thing you're also getting in this time of the year is school back in session.
Sure.
So you have the night games with the team that you're chasing. But players, whether they have the big crowd or not, they still have to play the game on the field. And if the Astros come back and win the game today, and of course they avoided a sweep by the Athletics winning the final game of the series before the A's left. They could have been swept by the A's and the Angels before coming here.
And Andrus with the walk. Walk number 8 today for A's pitchers. So 2 on, 2 out, and Odor will hit for the 5th time. He's 1 for 4. So Alvarez and Blair are going to chat it over. So 11 hits and 8 walks received by the Rangers today. Good pitch there by Alvarez on the inside corner for a strike. Blair again sets up inside, and Odor pops a foul up over the A's dugout.
And it seems in this inning that Alvarez is having better success against the left-handed hitters. He's walking the righties as he did with Napoli. And of course the Andrus walk. But the lefties fielder, Venable. Now Odor 0-2.
So Alvarez trying to finish off Odor. Seventh pitcher in the game for the A's. Dubrat, Mahika, Leon, Abad, Venditti, Coulombe, and Alvarez.
Still 5 guys left.
Oh, yeah. Get him in there.
Saving them for Chicago. Good changeup 0-2 off the plate. And now taking too much time for Odor as he backs out.
So 2-2 the count. Couple of walks in this inning for Alvarez. That one fouled right up into our section. Gentleman makes the play and then gives it to that youngster right there, a couple seats ahead of him. And that's a good smile at the end of a long day.
Well, the guy caught the carom off the concrete. He might have took it in the breadbasket.
There he is. Shot foul into the seats. Ball ricocheted onto the field. So Alvarez has a new baseball. He rubs it up. Driven toward right center, and that's hit well. Fold is going to watch it go, and that's a 3-run homer for Odor. It's 12-4 Rangers. So 2 walks and a 3-run homer. Odor going up, and it just carried right out of here.
Well, the sad part about this, he started 0-2, blew him away first two, and then instead of going right after him, he got after him after. He even the count to 2-2, and that allowed Odor to have the kind of swing he did.
So 12 runs and 12 hits for the Rangers today, and here's Jimenez. So 3 home runs hit. In fact, 2 3-run homers and a 2-run homer for Texas. Did I miss a home run? I did. That's right, Chu. 4 home runs in the game for the Rangers as Reddick comes in and makes the catch.
4 walks have scored. All those walks and 4 have scored.
So an ugly day for the A's here in Arlington. 12-4 Rangers. And it is the 9th inning. It's back to the bullpen for Texas as Ross Ohlendorf comes in. We saw him earlier in the series.
We just remember the great windup. There is the windup.
It's like Bob Feller. The heater from Van Meter.
That's right.
Bob Feller. Some changes in the outfield for the Rangers. Drew Stubbs is now in left field. And Venable slides over to right field. Chu is out. So Ohlendorf will face Canna, Reddick, and Valencia here in the 9th inning. Canna 1 for 4. First pitch is high to Canna. He singled back in the 7th inning. For the series, Canna is 2 for 13. Pops it up. Jimenez flips the mask near the screen, and he dropped it.
You didn't expect him to catch it, did you?
Ooh. So that's going to be an error, and it's going to be the 3rd error in the game for the Rangers.
In the shadows. I got it. Mask off. Clank. And they tried to recover and catch it. Couldn't do it. And he said he's just happy that the score is what it is.
So 1-1 to Canna. Outside corner strike. Fastball fouled straight back. The A's have stranded 9 through 8 innings.
And you look at the last couple of innings, they've left, well, they've had bases loaded and he had 2 on. And it's had 5 in the last 2. He could not get the big hit. Could have been a different score.
So Canna digs in. Spoiled a couple of good pitches from Ollendorf. And the breaking ball is a bit outside. Very close pitch. Fastball is popped up and right below us. So we got a good view of the fans' attempts catching foul ball. I said attempts. I didn't say
successful
attempts. I just said attempts.
Well, a lot of these people may have had tickets for the Dallas Cowboys game, and they have departed.
Yeah, you better get over there.
The next door.
Swing and a miss as Ollendorf front with a fastball. And Canna strikes out, so he's 1 for 5. A's have struck out 8 times tonight.
You kind of like the look of Canna going back. Can't believe he missed a fastball, but very disappointed in the at bat after fouling off several, which he did also earlier in the game. Foul off the pitches and maybe just enough shadows on this field, infield and outfield, that could not make solid contact. This is kind of the time that the A's would normally be hitting on a night game. That's how late this game is going.
The game started at 2:09 local time, and right now it's, I got about 5:53. So we're not that far off from a 4-hour game.
And what was, let's see, Friday night with the game pitched by Kobe Lewis at 2:20.
I think it was, or yeah, somewhere in that area. It was a beautiful thing.
2:20, and then the next night 3:20, and this afternoon 4:20.
So 1-2 to Reddick. Reddick's had a good ball game. In fact, he has not been retired. He has walked, singled, reached on an error, and doubled. He scored a run in the 6th inning. And that one straight to the backstop. Thirteen pitchers have been used in the ball game. And Ray, that is a final now. The Astros beat the Angels 5-3.
Probably because the Angels were in shock in the bottom of the 9th and couldn't do anything.
Who knows? Might be the win that the Astros remember, right?
Yeah.
You never know. Swing and a miss. 94 miles an hour on a fastball. So Ollendorf strikes out Canna and then strikes out Reddick. 2 outs here in the 9th inning.
Oh, right over the top of the fastball, and a good one. Get our center field camera, which has been good. I noticed something to Ollendorf, a little bit strange is the windup, is big windup. It looks like he keeps the ball in his glove as he's getting ready in the windup, then puts his hand in. Let's see if he takes it out this time. See his bare hand, then he goes in and gets the ball out of his glove. So
it is a little bit different.
Yeah, because normally you have a grip on the baseball. Wow, it's not only the big windup, but there's the windup, ball in the glove. puts his hand in the glove and is able to get a grip on a baseball. That's pretty impressive. So I guess he rotates the baseball. Look at the ball's in the glove. Then he takes it out. Oh, I see. Adjust it. See what him adjust it as he put the hand in the glove. Now watch the ball's in the glove, but watch as he puts his hand back in the glove to make adjustment right here. See how he changes it? He pauses just enough to change the grip.
That's not easy to do.
No, it's not. You know what guys at times would do? You could watch the pitcher how he gripped the baseball. So by not putting the ball in his hand as he takes the big windup, you can't see the ball in his hand until he takes it out of his glove with that slight hesitation. I guess you've been around as long as he has. You make all these changes and work out. This is Sogard. Pinch hitting. He wasn't in the game, was he?
He was not. So Sogard hitting for Valencia with the count 2-1. And that's not close. 3-1. Valencia, while he was in there, had that 2-run triple in the 6th inning. 3-1 pitch is fouled straight back by Sogard. So full count. And what's left of this crowd now rises to its feet. Wollendorf winds and delivers, and Sogard loops one down the right field line, just foul. So here comes the payoff pitch to Sogard, and he fouls it back again. So another foul ball. Sogard putting on a good battle here with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
Fans cheering like the guys at first base on 3-2 and running on foul balls, and has to keep going back. Fans keep cheering and clapping and looking for the final strike, final out.
And here it is, and it's popped up foul again.
Wasting all the baseballs, giving all the fans some baseballs.
So Ollendorf will do it again. And he walked in. So the 2-out walk. And for the A's, that's the 6th walk they have received in this game.
Mike Maddox going out to visit with Ollendorf.
I'm not going to say anything about that coaching visit to the mound right now. Oh, boy.
Mike Maddox says, you know how close this game is to being a 4-hour game? So he said he's going to stay out there until the umpire comes out and breaks it up. And after a 10-pitch at bat, just letting Ollendorf take a deep breath.
So Laurie steps in. Brett's 0 for 3 with a walk today. First pitch is hit high and foul, second level. So Ollendorf, 24 pitches here in the ninth inning. Just missed inside. Jason Pridey has come out into the on-deck circle. And that almost hit Laurie. Bends him back out of the way.
Is Tollison up yet in the bullpen for the Rangers?
No, not yet. Well, somebody's up.
I thought he was going to come in before Odor's home run.
High fastball foul by Ollendorf. Looks like he's just firing fastballs now. Tanner Scheppers is up and throwing. Two and two to Laurie. He checks his swing on that high fastball, so full count.
29th pitch coming up from Ollendorf. 10-0 to Sogard. But it's a fastball.
I think you're right. Sogard goes, and it's bounced to Beltre, who's got it. Throws to first, and that's the ball game. So it took 3 hours and 53 minutes. 26,131 saw it, and the final score is the Rangers 12 and the Athletics 4. They win the series. You've been watching A's Baseball on CSN California, part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's Postgame Live with Brody Brazil and Pip Roberts starts right now.